shore we reclaim the land. Grit and glory in every strand. In Jersey Shore we make our stand.
Breaker.
Generation fighters take the stand. From shore to shore we reclaim the land. Grit and glory in every strand. In Jersey Shore we make our stand.
Breaker. This one hurts.
A young Christian man took a bullet for speaking his mind. Name was Charlie, husband, daddy, voice for the kids. Lord, why'd it go down like that? Stage lights cold as the winter rain. One breath, one prayer, then the world went strange. Crowd froze up when the thunder cracked. Truth on a mic and a life attacked. He talked about hope in a storming land, Bible in the heart and a promise in his hands. But a shadow reached from a coward's perch, cut down a son in the middle of church. And I swear if the tables turned the other way, y'all know there'd be fires in the streets today. But here we stand with candles and a folded flag, begging God for mercy on the road we drag. How dare they steal the breath from a faithful man? How dare they stain the grass where his boots once stand? They call us evil, point at our cross, then pull that trigger and reckon no cost. If it were theirs, there'd be sirens and flames, but we're praying for truth while we whisper his name. Charlie, we ain't letting go of your hand. Erica holding on to picture frame, two little hearts asking who's to blame. America's weeping like a mourning dove when a voice falls silent that was speaking love. He stirred up halls with a lion's roar, told young souls they were made for more. Now we kneel in the quiet where the echoes ring and promise to carry what he came to bring. If the shoe was flipped, you'd hear a different cry, but we'll choose the truth and we won't reply. We're fire for fire, stone for stone. We'll stand for justice and we won't back down. How dare they steal the breath from a faithful man? How dare they stain the grass where his boots once stand? They call us evil, point at our cross, then pull that trigger and reckon no cost. If it were theirs, there'd be sirens and flames, but we're praying for truth while we whisper his name. Charlie, we ain't letting go of your hand.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of the Jersey Shore Podcast. This is a special episode right here. We're here on election night in New Jersey. We have probably the most important election of my lifetime. Jack Shidrow for governor. We have candidates for assembly, LD6, LD5, Peter Sykes, Jack Brangan, Nilson Gonzalez, Constance Ditzel. So we're here live at Sketters Pub, and this is brought to you by the Great America's Pulse Network. I'm here with my buddy Nate. We're going to be rotating people in and out. So we lost his earbuds.
I fell right out as soon as he calls me right in.
But yeah, so we got a lot of people here. We got a party going, this election party, and we got Jack Chiarelli, the biggest election in New Jersey in my lifetime, and same thing with assembly candidates I just mentioned as well. So we'll be rotating the candidates in and out, with guests in and out, like Nate and everyone else.
I know. I'm trying to keep this in. I apologize.
We have a special guest that's going to join us remotely from Florida. Elena Barbera. I don't know if she's on right now. If the producer can bring her in, there she is. Hi, Elena. How you doing?
Very happy to be here. I wish I was there with you guys.
Yeah, I wish you were too. We're waiting for Seth to come up here. We got Seth Eisenberg from the Conservative Corner. He's on his way, driving up from Maryland. He'll be here in about 45 minutes or so, he said. So it's a great night. I mean, there's a lot of things that have been going on here. I mean, everyone's excited about the election. Everyone's hoping that Jack Chiarelli wins because we can't have another 4 years of Murphy. You know, there's just no way. And that will be Mikey Sherrill. It'll be another 4 years of Murphy. So, there we go. We got Barry Sable coming over here too. So, Barry, whenever you're ready to come over, you can have a seat and put your earbud in, and grab a microphone.
I'll go right in.
So Barry Sable from 1210 Radio. He's got the Barry Sable Show. So, like I said, we're going to be rotating people in and out. So, Elena, I want to ask you, you heard about the bomb threats that they had in North Jersey, closing all the polls and all that stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. Now the Democrats, they outpaced Republicans with mail-in ballots, and they did. So when you call in bomb threats to multiple counties in New Jersey, and people can't get to the polls, they are, again, people have work during the day, whatever their job is, wherever they're at, they might not be able to vote because they had to close the polls down for a certain amount of time.
Right.
Did you ever see anything like that before?
Yeah. We've seen in different elections, like the polls having to close for a certain period of time for various reasons. I haven't seen bomb threats before. I think obviously this was a play to keep Republican voters away for the reason you just stated. You know, that we are the more in-person party. I know that people were out there like Scott Preslow trying really, really hard to get people to vote early and do mail-in so that we could get an advantage in case something like this came up. The funny thing is, Mamdani, who, in New York City, accused the Trump administration of calling in the bomb threats as part of his campaign to be a threat to democracy, which is one of their taglines, against Trump. And I think it's really atrocious that he would accuse the president of trying to affect the New Jersey election, but also, like you said, stupid, because it would only hurt Republican voters if we did that.
Yeah, I know. It definitely would hurt Republican voters. It's unbelievable. And the thing, the sad part is that Mamdani is probably going to win. He probably is. And it's a sad thing, but New York will sink on its own, and I guess we're going to learn the hard way. So
the problem is it's just not New York, though. When New York sinks, it's taken a lot of the country down with it. It will affect us, and it also is a very, very large stronghold for communism and communist policies in this country. So when I hear people saying, all right, let New York learn their lesson, we are all going to be learning this lesson. It's a cancer, and like cancer, it's a threat.
We got the band warming up, so I don't know. Just let me know how you can hear on your end.
I can hear. You just cut me out whenever you're ready.
Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure you can hear on your end so listeners out there can hear because the band's warming up right now. So, but I'm going to hand it over to Barry Sable. There we go.
Hi, how are you?
Nice to meet you, Barry.
And it's Elena Barbera. Barry,
How are you? Listen, I agree with you. Minneapolis, another problem. Portland, another problem. This is a faction that is taking hold in America. And I'm a little older than all three of you guys probably combined. And I have to tell you the truth, I've never seen anything like this. It's scary that you have such a movement. I don't think people really realize. Go look at Cuba. Go look at Venezuela. You get a good dose of what happened to countries that should have been prosperous, especially Venezuela was superb at one time. And look what you have today. So I agree with you. As I say, I think as being older, that we've passed by the point of no return. I don't know how you correct this. You have so many cultures in this country that come from all over the world that have different philosophies and principles how a country should operate and run.
Well, I'll tell you, I don't think it's the culture's fault, the outside culture's fault, because we always had other cultures coming here, and they chose to assimilate to our way of life. We did this to ourselves, and it started at the top with the Department of Education. From pre-K right through college graduation, we're teaching kids that America is bad, America is built on slaves, capitalism is evil, and communism is good. It is happening en masse to our children's minds right from the moment
I agree.
hand them over. And it's been happening for decades, and none of us were paying attention, and this is the result. So this can be fixed in one generation, but can we take the reins? That's the real question.
Listen, you could be right. I'm sorry to interrupt him. You could be right, but to be honest with you, I've traveled extensively throughout the country, especially Latin countries. And I just came back from Brazil 3 weeks ago. And as wonderful as those people are, they do not have the same issues that we have. They have another whole set of issues, but at least they all appear to be pulling in the same direction for their country. We don't have that today. When I got off the plane and I looked as I went through customs, and it said the United States of America. And I said, is the United States today united? And I don't see it. When you have guys like Mondami, he is a different culture. He is different. And when you have Omars and Talibs, they've come from different countries with different thought processes. So I'm not disagreeing with you. We all know education is
I agree. I agree that it's part of it. I just don't think those things would have been even able to take hold if we didn't implant anti-American sentiment in our youth for so long.
Well, no, you're right. And then when you said assimilate, that's what cultures used to do to come to America. They came here for the American dream. But now there's cultures that have come here that don't want to assimilate because of what you just said about what they're teaching in the schools and everything else. And Nate, you have children. I have 2 young children as well. I mean, what do you think about that? Because I know that I'm very involved with the school district where my kids go, and I have to talk to my kids a lot of times and say, hey, listen, if you hear these words, that word, just let me know. Let Dad know.
No, I try to do the same thing with mine. I have one in high school, and then I have one in kindergarten. So I got a wide variety of what I got to listen to as far as what I'm getting from the schools. But no, you definitely want. I don't want anti-American stuff being taught in schools whatsoever. I mean, at the very least, like, look, this is the country that we live in. This is the country that we come from. Of course, we got our problems. Nobody's perfect, but you got to have pride and love for where you come from. All right, regardless. Look, I love South Jersey. I love New Jersey. I love that we live out here. But at the end of the day, like, look, we're all United States of America. Like, it doesn't mean I love anybody less. I mean, maybe. I mean, of course, South Jersey is the greatest. I mean, what can I say? But so New Jersey, sure. But I know, like, at the end of the day, like, look, no, we are all Americans, and we got to come together. We got. I don't like nonsense as far as if they're trying to push anti-American hate or don't love your own country, things like that. I do see a bunch of propaganda though for the youngest ones. Like on Veterans Day, talking about like, oh, American troops are always fighting for good and things like that. So I have seen that, especially when the older one was in elementary school. Now that the younger one, we'll see. I said she just got there. It's kindergarten, so it's early. Ain't gonna be nothing too crazy. At least I was nothing too crazy at this point. So just ABCs and coloring, at least for the first.
That's what you think. That's what you think. You should be looking on the bookshelves in the classrooms because there's books about transgenderism. There's books that tell them that separate their that teach the children to separate from their parents because their parents don't really understand them. I mean, I hate to be doomsday. It's not crayons and rainbows. I'm sorry. I mean, I see it. It's real.
No, and I agree with you. Like I even spoke to my daughter's teacher at the very first open house. So at the end, I spoke to her about to the side. Say, hey, look, if you're doing anything about asking my daughter what her pronouns are, like we don't do that. She's a girl. We don't ask her what it is. She don't get to choose. Like, look, she's a girl. She's going to use her girl pronouns. Don't ask her to do that because I know that was put in the curriculum in June 2020. The thing was funny. We were just talking about this yesterday with the sex ed curriculum was changed in June 2020. Well, I know they're going to ask kindergartners what do you want your pronouns to be? Things like that. But like I said, they did give you the option to opt out. So I made sure the teacher know right there. Hey, look, I don't know if it's going to happen. If it is, then she said no, nothing to know anything about it, which was good. Like at least as far as she was concerned, she wasn't going to do anything like that. So I was happy about that. But I look at anything else, if it pops up, no, my daughter's going to opt out. We had the option. And as far as hopefully tonight, if Jada still wins, because I know Mike and Cheryl was talking about not giving us to taking away that option for parents. But as of now, we still do. And I made sure to exercise that option. But I certainly don't like that at all.
No, and Elena and Barry, back to you guys. Now, I don't know if you've been to the doctor lately, and you got to fill out the new form, and it says what's your pronouns and what do you go. I can't believe it. When I have to fill it out, they don't like what I fill out. Trust me. I don't even want to say it on the podcast when it says, what do you identify as? I say I identify as, well, again, I don't even want to say it. Barry, how about you?
Well, listen, I have a different perspective, but I agree with everything you guys are saying. How can you not? When I was growing up, number one, we went to school and never were concerned about a school shooting. That didn't exist. We said the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. That existed. So we had a nuclear family. We loved our country. We believed in religion. And we believed in education. Now, to me personally, you've gotten away from all of those issues to a certain degree. Look what you have going on in schools today. And I don't have children that I know. I know that I have some. They're somewhere, but I don't have any that I know of. And the point is that, I listen to you guys, and you have monumental tasks in front of you, because teachers today, I'll give you an example. I left the polls today, and I opened up the door for a young man. He opened up the door for me. There was 2 doors, and I said to him, wow, what do you think? He said, well, I'm a school teacher. I voted for Mikey. I didn't say a word. I got in my car and I left. What that means to me is we live in a very selfish society. This guy wasn't concerned about taxes, energy, crime, inflation, migration, immigration, and anything else. He didn't even care about the migration of ducks and birds. All he cared about was he's a union guy, so he voted for this person. And frankly, if you care about America today, and I mean this, and I was never a political guy, and if you guys ever tune in and listen to my show, I try and hit the ball down the middle of the fairway. How could you possibly vote left today? How can you possibly?
Barry, what's your show again?
I'm on 1210 WPHT Sunday mornings. It's called The Barry Sable Show with Friends. I have kind of a hybrid show. I interview people. I had a great guest on the other day, Maria Batista, who is running for Superior Court Judge. And I had her for an hour. And we talked about all of the obstacles that she has today, where we didn't have those kind of obstacles growing up. And for me, you guys could call me antiquated. You could call me an antique. You could call me whatever you want.
Fine wine.
Fine wine. But I have to tell you, to me, technology has outpaced mankind. And things are growing so fast. When I go to do a show on a Sunday morning, I can't keep up with everything that happened in the course of a week.
Yeah.
It's just impossible. You never know who, how, what, and where. So I tip my hat to guys that go on the air every day. They watch the ticker tapes. They've got 3 or 4 different guys helping them, or women, or whatever it may be. But the point is, we live in a different society today. And when you and I were talking with these 2 guys, is very simple. And you hit the nail on the head. We have been infiltrated. It reminds me, I'm in construction. It reminds me you have a wooden frame, and behind the sheetrock walls, you have termites. And you're right. This has been going on for years now. This just didn't happen overnight. And frankly, I don't know how you put this aside and how you get beyond this. And I do believe differently. And listen, I know we're on a podcast and things get repeated. But as an example, you walk into a Dunkin' Donuts today. They're all owned by a certain group of people. That's just the way it goes. They're not owned by call it Americans. I don't know what happened so fast. Our country is, to me, going through a complete metamorphosis. Complete. And I say the fabric of America has changed. And now we don't even know How many people live in this country today that have come here illegally? We don't have any idea. They think it's 10 or 15 or 20 or 20 million. This has been going on for years. Even in the Trump administration, the first administration, there was around 900,000 people coming into this country illegally. Now, why we were able to stop it now, I couldn't do it then, that's another question for another day. But to me, this is frightening what's going on here. And, I just see that I disagree to a certain degree with some people, how they think, on the books, you're supposed to have 750,000 people come in here so they could assimilate. Go into Delran, ton of Brazilian. Go into the Northeast Philly, ton of Russian people, and they are not assimilating. They have their own stores. They have their own preferences. That's not how America was built. It wasn't built like that. So I think that we've got some issues, and I think some things have to be solved, and I don't think it, like you said, it's a generation, but a generation, a long time.
Well, I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, and in the boroughs we had neighborhoods that were cultures. My neighborhood was Italian and Jewish.
Yep.
There were other neighborhoods. There was the Polish neighborhood. There's the all Jewish neighborhood. There was the Spanish neighborhood. This and that. I mean, but we still, all the people who were immigrants in those neighborhoods still assimilated, and still we were able to actually enjoy our own cultures, but then visit with each other's cultures and also appreciate. But we were all united as Americans. What happened, so I don't have any problem with that. With people being in cultural pockets. I think it worked very well, at least when I was growing up in the 70s and the 80s. But again, we were all still speaking English. We were all still sharing the same American culture, and they loved America. And the love for America and American ideals is what's missing in immigrants today. I mean, not all of them, and that's not fair for me to. I want to be very, very clear. There are a lot of immigrants that come here and love this country, but so many hate it, and they just want to change it.
I agree, and here's the point. I just think that things are problematic. It's not a doubtful outlook. It's a realistic outlook. I mean, I want America to succeed. Listen, look what happened to Charlie Kirk. Here's a guy that just pranced around the country speaking the gospel of what was in his mind. What did he say? And if you didn't like it, then get out of the way. But what did he say in reality? He talked about abortion. He talked about keeping babies alive, keeping lives alive. He talked about religion. He talked about race. He talked about things that were paramount in this country. There's not a lot of people that could totally disagree with what he said. It's in its simplest form. The problem is people are not accepting what is in the best interest of the United States, like you said, of America. They just don't feel that way, Damon.
No, you're right, Barry. And the thing is, everything Charlie said, even if you disagree with him, you didn't have to show up to his event. You didn't have to show up to the college. You didn't have to get on the microphone and ask him questions. But he talked to everybody. But that is the problem with the United States right now, what's going on. People don't assimilate. Now, when I grew up, we didn't have everywhere has a Chinatown. Everywhere, South Philly, or I grew up in Fishtown, but right next to South Philly, that was all Italians. Fishtown was a mix of Irish and Italian. But everyone had their different cultures, but they, like you said, everyone was American. And everyone got along knowing that they wanted to be American. You don't come here and not... Everyone used to come here because they wanted to enjoy the American dream, have the chance for that American dream. But now what you see today, you see people rioting and they're waving flags that aren't of this country. It's like, oh, wait a second. Why are you coming into our country illegally and then waving your country's flag and saying you're seeking asylum? What are you seeking asylum for? No, you're coming in here to take over our country.
Hey, Damon, how many people come into this country today and filter money out of this country, take American dollars and send it back home? I get it. They want to take care of their own. Listen, I came back from Brazil, as I say, a few weeks ago, and I'm spending time with somebody, and she makes $400 a month doing a receptionist job. $400 a month. I mean, people aren't really aware of how wonderful our country is. I have family members over there. a young lady who's about 36 years old, is a nurse, a qualified nurse in a hospital, makes $13,000 a year. Who could survive on that kind of money? So people don't really realize how good we have it here, and people are gnawing at this country. And I don't know how you fix it. I think what Trump is trying to do is aggressive, but to be honest with you, I don't think you have a choice but to be aggressive. I don't care what it may be. If you're here illegally, I think this country, and you may disagree with me, has been sloppy in regards to student visas. You're here in a visa, it's good for a year or two, and nobody made sure that you went back home. You didn't go back home. So they left you here. You're here for 20 years. Now you raise a family. Now you raise a business. Now someone's going to come to you and say, listen, buddy, you've never had a problem in America. You paid your taxes. You're here illegally. So how are you going to go about separating what's in the best interest of Americans today? That's my question to you guys. What do you do?
Well, I'll tell you, if I was paying taxes with a fake social security number, I would go to prison. So why shouldn't an illegal alien have the same consequences? And in fact, if you know what, we're going to do you one good. Don't go to prison, just go home. I'm sorry, but you don't pay your taxes or you pay them falsely, or there's any sort of fraud, we're in trouble. I'm sorry for that. We're getting treated worse than people who came here and broke the law.
I want to ask you guys, before I let you go, I want to ask you, look what's going on in Chicago today, where Pritzker and Johnson, the mayor and the governor, they need help in that city. Every week, there's at least 30 shootings every single week, black on black shootings. The President of the United States says, let me come and see if I can help you guys. Now, we don't want you here. This is where America has division. And as far as I'm concerned, if they don't care, who's going to care, Damon?
Nate, I care. And tonight we're having this is an election party, by the way. So.
Yeah. We are at a bar. That's why I keep on looking around.
So I just didn't want to have it in the way of my face there. But so we're hoping that Jack Ciattarelli and all down ballot candidates, Republican, that are here. We've got candidates that are coming in right now. We've got Blake Chevy came in. We have Councilman Peter Del Barello just walked in. So we're going to be rotating some people here. So Barry, tell me if I hand you the microphone. Even Nate say here, I want to go grab them and bring them
ahead.
Here.
Let's go.
You can take over.
I'm willing to vacate my chair. So go ahead, bring them on.
But you have to be while you're on. You have to be Jersey SURE sure.
There you go. So let me ask you guys a question.
Absolutely.
What happens if Jack Ciattarelli does not end up in the winner's circle? Now what? What's in store for New Jersey?
I told him he's buying me
U-Haul.
What happens, guys?
Honestly,
Talk to me.
it's probably just going to be the same continuation of what we had with Murphy. Probably things are only going to get worse. Probably price is probably going to go up higher, and they still stick with all that. We're not going to be able to opt out of stuff in school if we don't want that. That's something that we're going to worry about. But for the most part, I mean, things are relatively going to remain the same. It's a continuation of the past 8 years.
Just real quick, opting out of content, LGBTQ content, sexual content is a constitutional right if you're opting out for religious reasons. And there was a court case that just happened earlier in the Supreme Court earlier this year, Mahmoud versus Taylor, where parents had this exact fight and they took it all the way to the Supreme Court and they ruled that you cannot remove an opt-out. So do not let the Democrats in your state tell you that they can, because they will lie to your face, tell you that you don't have the right, because parents get scared and back down. But call me and I'll help you.
Yes.
Not playing with
you
kids.
Are you in New York or are you in New Jersey?
I'm in Florida now. My family moved while I was in college. My family moved from Brooklyn to Jersey. So I have a ton of family in New Jersey, and I'm there a lot. So I have a heart for Jersey.
We got to.
My cord. Take over, Nate. My cord is all stuck here.
All right. Well, now I gotta have love in Jersey. You said you from North Jersey. You said.
My family's in Central Jersey.
Okay, so is that a thing? We're still going to call that a thing?
Central. Well, I don't know. That's what I call it. I mean, I've been technically. Yeah. I mean, I haven't lived there in ages. Sayreville.
from my perspective, I'm in South Jersey, so I mean, you guys are all North Jersey to me.
All right, that makes sense.
But I feel like North Jersey says the exact same thing. We got my boy Blake here.
Yeah, Blake, why don't you say hello to Elena? Let me give you the microphone and introduce yourself. Tell people what you're doing, why you're here tonight, and what do you expect from Jack Citarelli and the gubernatorial race, amongst others, Mike.
Well, first off, Elena, I just want to say it's an absolute pleasure to meet you. For those that don't know who I am, my name is Blake Shibashevsky. I'm the Republican Municipal Chair over in Belmar, New Jersey. You might be familiar with that town. That was the town where the two gym owners rebelled against Phil Murphy back in 2020.
Tellers, you might not know.
So what had happened back in 2020, these two gym owners, their names were Ian Smith and Frank Trombetti, during the COVID lockdowns, after Phil Murphy had said, 2 weeks to stop the spread, then it became 2 months, they decided that they were going to take matters into their own hands, and they were going to open up the Attilas Gym in Belmar, regardless of what the governor said. And they went ahead and did that. And, Phil Murphy, using his tyrannical emergency powers, did not like that. So he did everything he possibly can to make their lives a living hell. Even used the town council and the mayor against them to try to strip them of their business license. Ian picked up a lot of steam because he appeared on the Tucker Carlson show. Tucker had him a handful of times, and it just got bigger and bigger and bigger, and people from all around the United States of America came to Belmar, New Jersey to stand up for Ian and Frank. And I live right around the corner from the gym, so long story short, what had happened, I had stayed over a couple nights with them at the gym to make sure the police didn't raid them. And one day I was up getting ready for work at 4 a.m. in the morning, and I'll never forget it. Ian goes on Instagram and he says, "Hey, they're at the gym right now. They're the Camden County cop or Camden County police. They're at the gym right now, and they're trying to pull a fast one." So I decided to go down to the plaza, and there were a bunch of unmarked vehicles blocking the entrances and exits of the plaza. On top of that, there were Camden County cops with, I'm not a gun guy, but looked like ARs walking around. It looked like they were trying to defuse a terrorist situation. And I tried to get in, and an unmarked vehicle followed me all the way home. And that's when I decided, you know what, enough is enough. Somebody's got to do something about this. This town can't keep running like this. And my town hasn't had a Republican Party in God knows how long. So I decided that I was going to start one. 4 years later, I'm running on the council, and you were talking about Jack and his impact. Back in 2021, Jack Citarelli came 3 votes away from beating Phil Murphy in my town. Back in 2024, no votes, literally 3 votes.
Wow.
Yeah.
You've got to be kidding.
No, I'm not.
No, that's 3 votes.
Yeah.
Wow, Elena.
And then in 2024, Donald Trump came 6 votes away from beating Kamala Harris in Belmar.
Wow.
And I just looked at the numbers now on the tabulators in Belmar at around 6 p.m. The turnout on the machines back in the 2021 election was 1,750. I just left Belmar total through with all the districts. Barry, listen to this: 2,050 votes. 300 more people in Belmar came out to vote on the machines this election cycle, and I'm assuming those votes are for Jack Citarelli.
Yeah,
So
I just want to make one point, Elena, which is unbelievable. Do you know that these guys moved their gym outside and they still shut them down? Can you imagine that? Outside. These guys were incredible with what they did. So that's why I guess I look at things and I say to myself, wow, could this really be happening? And I have to tell you, even Como, okay, how did he possibly, you talk about New York, take people that had COVID and mixed them with the elderly of nursing homes when Donald Trump had the Javits Center? I know about that.
Yep.
I was in the jewelry business for a long time. He had that place available with beds, and he had a boat.
Yeah, yeah, the
Still
bar.
place.
Yeah.
Boat, right or wrong. And he mixed these. So unfortunately, you've got to hope that a guy like that wins, because it's the best of 2 evils, to be honest with you, because the guardian angel is far behind. I don't know why. And he seems like a great guy. He's just not a candidate to win New York. And I think that the Republicans haven't done a good enough job there. But you tell me.
I think Sliwa would have had a better chance if Cuomo wasn't in the race. I think he would have been a real contender against Mamdani. But I know I agree with you. I think Mamdani's going to win, only because the rest of the vote is split. He's not going to get the majority of New York voters. But what are we going to do? But back to that's going to affect New Jersey. Now, if Chitterelli wins, by the grace of God, that's going to make New Jersey even more attractive to New Yorkers who are coming in, because
to New York and Blake, what do you guys see if this guy wins? He's not going to get funding from the President of the United States. What do you actually see that he could do harmful to New York?
I think it's going to end up worse than Portland, and I think a lot of New Yorkers are going to be in for a wake-up call. I mean, Barry, you're already hearing about it. A large percentage of businesses in New York are saying they're going to move down to Florida, which that's funny, isn't it, right? Florida is a very conservative state, and all the Democrats are going to move down there. Makes you wonder.
And they don't want them, I'm sure. How do you like that?
Yeah.
A lot of those firms that are looking or coming are financial firms. These aren't necessarily blue hairs that are looking to come to Florida.
Why don't you tell us what's going on in Florida as opposed to what's happening, say, in New Jersey and other states around us, including Pennsylvania? What do you see the differences are?
It feels like America down here. It really does. There's a lot of just the very simple things. A lot of houses on my block carrying American flags, a lot of Trump flags. You can wear whatever you want. You can walk around in a Trump hat and no one's giving you dirty looks. We're able to, we all really speak our minds here. The churches are very big in the communities. It's much more conservative in that regard. Just the culture feels a little bit more like 20 years ago, even though it doesn't, but it's better than it is up there. I lived in Boston, I family and friends in New York and New Jersey, and I just see that those places have, in some places Brooklyn feels like a third world country. It's really it's unrecognizable, which I'm sure you all feel the same way. I mean, what about Jersey, like the southern Jersey where I don't go? Like, how's that looking?
So, Elena, like I said, this is an election party, so I got the fam here. They can come in the back.
Do you want my microphone? Do you want to talk?
Oh, sure. You get up there? This is my son, Damon Jr.
Hi, Blake. I do want to hear more from you, though. I want to hear more about your race. Hi, Damon Jr.
And I got my wife, Heather, here. Hello.
Hey, Heather.
So, who do you want to win the election?
You're coaching him?
Jack Langan and Peter Sykes.
There you go.
Yeah.
So John, what do you got to say? It's an election party or what?
Yes.
All right, who wins?
Pete and Jack.
Who do we not want to win for governor?
Mikey Sherrill.
There you go.
There we go.
Say it loud.
Mikey Sherrill.
That's right. I'm raising them right, Elena.
Elena, you had asked earlier, I think you said you wanted to know more about my race, I think it was.
Yeah.
In Belmar.
Yes.
So I'm going to tell you right now, we haven't, I'll just put it this way, the numbers are very close. Like I said earlier, Chitterelli came 3 votes away from winning Belmar in 21. Trump came 6 votes away from winning Belmar in 24. If Jack wins Belmar by association, I would win Belmar. And if that is the case, I will be the first Republican councilman in Belmar in over 40 years.
Wow. How many people sit on the council there?
6 council, 1 mayor, and the best part is if I win, we're taking that momentum next year into the mayor's race. It would be the mayor's seat and 2 council seats, and if we can flip those next year, we have a Republican majority in Belmar.
That's what I'm talking about, Blake.
Thank you. You want me to pass the mic off to somebody else to get some time? I feel like I've been up here a little too long. I've worn out my welcome.
Oh, so I know. We're going to rotate. Yeah, Pete's out there somewhere.
I need a beer, too.
Jack's out there, too. I got my buddy Billy here. You can say hello. This is a friend of mine, Billy. Listen, you get face on there. Just say hello. Everybody's welcome.
How are you, bro?
Everyone's
How you
welcome.
guys doing?
So that's Elena Barbera from the Based Mother. She's awesome. She has their podcast. She's down in Florida right now.
Oh, she's living it up. Listen, we're up here getting cold.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice.
God bless you down there. See, I think you were talking about New York earlier. I think if when Jack wins, I think he should build a wall in North Jersey so that if the New Yorkers want to come to Jersey, they got to go through PA and cross the Tacony-Palmyra Bridge to get to Jersey.
Yes. I kind of feel that way about Florida. I feel like it has gotten pretty crowded down here, to be honest, because a lot of businesses are moving in. But it's I just don't want any blue folks moving in. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear the next presidential election. Anybody voting for a Kamala type, I'm like, please just stay where you are.
You want to talk about Kamala types? Let me tell you something, Elena, and I think Damon and Barry can agree with me when I say this. Mikey Sherrill has to be the absolute worst candidate I think I've ever seen in my life. She has no policies whatsoever.
Yeah.
Even Kamala, when she was running, she had like one or two. They both sucked, so let's be honest with ourselves, such as the unrealized gains on capital tax. But Cheryl literally has nothing besides, I'm a mother and I fly a helicopter. That is not going to save the state of New Jersey. She has no answers for the state of New Jersey. The only man that has the answers for the state, or man or woman that has the answers for the state of New Jersey is our man, Jack Ciattarelli. So
I completely agree. The problem is the Democrats don't need a policy. They're running on Trump hate. Even right down to city council races, they're running on hate for Donald Trump and hate for conservatives. And it does work for them to some degree. The fact that this is even a close race is absolutely astonishing. I mean, look at Virginia. Spanberger's
Yeah, that's another race, to be honest with you, that's close, that I can't understand.
Is it close? I don't think it's close. I'm not hearing it's close. I'm hearing that Spanberger's going to just kill Sears. And it's just hard to imagine that anybody would vote for these women who are, wanting to raise taxes.
You know what's incredible to me? I've watched in the last 2 years that I've been on the air, I've watched some of these political races. I can tell you that McCormick in Pennsylvania worked his backside off. He was everywhere. But frankly, I don't think he outworked Jack Ciattarelli. Jack Ciattarelli was in 6 and 7 and 8 locations in a day, morning, noon, and night. So he asked for your vote. I think his policies are simple. He's self-explanatory. How these guys, including him, are going to get there is beyond me. I don't know how that works out, but I can tell you this much. Nobody today, if they're voting to the left, is voting for policy. They're not voting for policy. This lady is horrific as a candidate, but she's just as bad as Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris made a race of it. Right around in Lane, there was people that voted. There's 75 million people voted. That's why I shake my head in despair, saying to you,
Yeah.
and I know you don't want to hear it, neither does anybody else, what is going on in America today? We need help. And we have such factions that believe in such idiosyncrasies that don't make sense to me. I mean, we could reiterate the same facts over and over and over. I could tell you it's frightening to me as an elder statesman to watch what's happening today to the youth of today. I watch so many Charlie Kirk interviews, and the way that college kids are thinking today is such slanted. And I don't know what your thoughts are, Damon, but I look at him and say, where is he? Nobody. It's not even debate. He set people straight. And I think that that's missing from America today. I had a guy on my show, Dr. Stanley Ridgely from Drexel. He's been on my show 4 or 5 times, college professor. And he wrote 4 or 5 books. And one of the books was called Brutal Minds. And this is what college professors are teaching these kids today. Just like you talked about earlier, it's a little concerning. And I don't see, when you look at Columbia, you look at Harvard, you look at Berkeley, you look at a lot of these better institutions, I think it's terrible what's going on in those four walls in the ideologies that are being taught.
Well, I just got to let you know, I'm going to take him to get some food. Like I said, this is an election party. We got Peter Sykes.
Yep. Peter's here.
LD6 candidate, and Jack Brangan. I'm going to switch off with him, and I'm going to take this little guy to get some food. And Barry, it looks like it's time for you to join the America's Polls Network.
Where are we going?
So,
Where you want me to go?
no,
Right where you're at, Barry. You're staying right here, brother.
I love you guys. You know that.
Pete, what's up?
Hi, Lena. How you doing?
Good. How you feeling today?
Just trying to stay level-headed.
Jack, how are you?
Yeah.
It's been a rush, right, for the past 6 months or so. Everything culminates tonight. So we'll go ahead and see, man. We put the work in. We're going to see how everything turns out and, hope for the best.
Yeah. All right. I was praying for you guys, and I'm just hoping we can pull this off.
If I could interrupt, I had Jack on my show. What was it, last week or 2 weeks ago? Was it last week?
I think it was 2 weeks.
2 weeks ago. Yes, I had him 2 weeks ago. We had a great conversation. I mean, these are candidates that are worthy, between Peter and Jack, worthy of holding office. And I think New Jersey has had a perennial problem, right or wrong.
It's been in the darkness.
It's been for too long.
For
Jack.
25 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I think you now have some candidates that have stepped forward that are in the position to change the ways of New Jersey. Am I right or wrong, Jack?
You're absolutely right. Our vision is only forward. We don't care what has happened in the past. All we know is that the 25 years has been strictly Democrat Party. We're going to turn the corner tonight, and our vision is forward. My thought is if Jack gets in and the assembly gets in, it's morning time again in New Jersey.
Why don't you tell us what changes you would like to see happen in New Jersey?
Well, number one, we have the taxes. We have the highest property tax in the United States, and that's totally unacceptable.
Yep.
At the same time, we have
windmills. Tell us about windmills.
We have windmills. Okay, what we're talking about is the offshore wind project. Hi, Elena. How are you doing tonight?
Good to see you, Jack.
Yeah, good to see you in the lower right-hand corner on our end. Yeah, the offshore wind project, New Jersey citizens should be aware that over the past 10 years, it's over $6 billion that's been burned up on that project. And there is not one windmill, not 1 megawatt of power that's going to be generated after all this time and after all that money.
So let me ask you a question, Jack and Peter and Elena. We could throw this in your way too. How many times did the Democrats talk about nature and climate control? And here they put windmills up that were killing wildlife galore. They didn't have any concern about that, my friend, in Florida. We saw it. And thank God, I guess Van Drew put a real stop to that. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah. The only thing that project has proven is that this does not work. Right. And it kills the marine life. They blew through all of the environmental checkpoints and rules and regulations. They just blew through all of that. When the whales started washing up on shore, there was this big question. I wonder how this happened. Well, if they look at every other project that occurred in England, in Japan, they saw the same thing.
Yeah.
The marine life washed up on the shore.
Isn't that funny how that works too, right? They didn't care about it. We're all, like you just said, Bear. It's all about the environment. Where's the environmentalists when the whales are washing up?
Yeah.
Right? When the birds are getting knocked out of the sky. I mean, it's causing big problems. And, it costs a whole lot of money that we got no energy from.
Yeah.
Peter, tell us what your thoughts are. All of a sudden with plastic bags, Jack says we're going to bring them back. You know how aggravating that is? You walk into a supermarket, listen to this, and you don't have bags. And if you forget your bags, you walk out with your cart, you fill your trunk with food, now you have to re-empty it. I mean, I don't even know why we don't have paper bags, guys.
Well, you could also buy a tote bag that's made out of plastic in China, where they have no environmental regulations, and then shipped across the earth using fossil fuels, and that's going to save the world.
Yeah. Well, you can also go ahead now and buy these giant, like super thick plastic bags or the little mesh bag. So they have things for you to purchase when you go to look.
Right.
It's like, but taking rid of the plastic bags, and everybody's so hyped to bring them back. I mean, we can go ahead and clean up a lot of our issues that we have, especially in the landfills, right? I mean, have you guys seen that the pyrolysis kid? The kid making that pyrolysis machine, melting down plastic and making oil out of it. We can be innovative. I mean, there's a 21-year-old kid down in Georgia. We could do something like that on a state level, potentially, and clean up a lot of the space in our landfills.
That's right.
Let me put you back on track again, Peter, and ask you, because I asked, if elected, tell us what your thoughts is going to change in New Jersey. So we talked about windmills. We did touch base with taxes.
Right.
Where else are we, Jack?
Education.
Education. Go ahead, Peter.
Definitely education. I mean, they're doing the LGBTQ education. If Mickey Sherrill wins, she said they're not going to take it out. Parents can no longer opt out of it. That's a huge problem. I have two little girls.
Opt out by that.
So right now they're teaching all of these things. They have it broke down through kindergarten up to senior year. They have different programs like this Teen Pep that you can opt into, but opting out of it. So if you don't, right now, parents can go ahead and choose not to have their children participate in these different kinds of lessons where they're teaching all types of debauchery to children. And if you go ahead and if she wins, she said that shouldn't be something that the parents can opt out of. Next thing you know, you're going to have your kids learning this and there's no way to stop it.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any coursework where parents have to opt out, to me, that's a red flag. Public schools should not be teaching anything where people should be or students have to opt out. That's
Talk to me about curriculums, Peter and Jack. What are your thoughts on what is being taught? I wouldn't know that much because obviously, as I said, unfortunately, I don't have children that I know of. So I didn't go through the school years of knowing what is being taught. Why don't you tell us what's the difference, if you know, between when I was growing up, which is a long time ago, and to today? What's the curriculums that kids are actually learning? Because when I've had a lot of my guests on, we talk about remedial reading, we talk about math. These kids do not graduate with a good background in either one of those two issues. And isn't that really a big portion of how life exists? Math and reading and knowledge?
yeah.
Between math, reading, and knowledge, I mean, you're absolutely correct. And they stopped giving, putting a big emphasis on that. They do this blue, purple, pink curriculum, right? Where
That's right.
And this is starting very early. So you can be a boy, you can be a girl, you can be whatever you want. I mean, it's confusing young kids.
Right.
Right? We're watching our test scores drop, but more importantly, we're watching our life skills drop. That's a huge thing, right? When I was a kid, we used to discuss things like, they come out, they don't know how to balance a checkbook, right? That was the biggest thing. We are so far past that now. And kids don't know how to do, just normal life skills. We need to get them back ready to hit the ground running at age 18 so that we can see a turnaround in this next generation.
Elena, why don't you talk to us and give us your opinion on the dumbing down, what I call quotes, of kids today? What are your thoughts on that, may I ask?
There are a lot of facets to it. One of them is that we've stopped focusing on education and we instead focus on social services in schools. That's the short answer. But we're more service providers than education providers. When it comes to, for example, reading, they took phonics out of the classroom. That's how all of us in this room learned how to read. And they started to go towards sight reading. So they'll show you a picture of a fox and the words FOX. You don't learn how to sound words out. And then when you see a picture of a dog, you still say fox because it's similar. So what they're creating an entire generation of illiterate children. I push people, we do need to fix the public schools, but I push people into homeschooling because it's going to take a long time to fix. Another problem is that you have teachers in college learning to be teachers and learning to be social activists in the classroom, not learning to be teachers. So they're coming in and they're thinking they have to shape how a kid thinks about the world, which is they have to shape a child's moral view, which is the job of the child's parents, the child's church, the child's immediate family, not the teacher's job. Those are just a few of the problems that we're facing, and they're massive. And they're very, very embedded. You get the teachers' unions, they're pushing them. You guys got a lot of work ahead.
Yeah. The teachers' union is a big problem.
Yeah.
We have in New Jersey, it's the NJEA, and I've always had this problem. In November, they closed down 600 school districts for 2 days so they can do their convention. That cost the state of New Jersey $120 million, that for furloughing all the employees for 2 days, 160,000 teachers, 1.34 million students are released for 2 days. This is a major disruption. So I have posted my plans for the NJEA, and part of it is moving their convention to July or August. So this doesn't make sense to me, and we are one of only 4 states that do this. No one else, virtually no one else, does this in the country. So,
Wow. Yeah, and
so
that's
can you
probably
hear us, Elena?
one of dozens of ways to be more efficient that you can come up with. We're just
Yeah,
burning.
and with the trades as well. Trades is another area that we really need to bring to the forefront. We do need more plumbers. We need more mechanics, more electricians.
They have I keep telling this story, right? I read down in Texas, they have juniors in high school ready to come out with a trade degree, making $75,000 a year.
Yeah.
We need to reinvest in that.
Yeah. I mean, that'll go to 6 figures without too much problem.
I got to say how crucial that is. We're seeing in the news this week, hundreds of thousands of jobs are being lost because of AI. White collar jobs are going the way of the dodo bird. We need to push kids into trades because you're always going to need a plumber. You're always going to need an electrician. You're always going to need someone to help fix your house.
Yep. It's funny. I had David O on my show when he was running for mayor of Philadelphia, and we talked about trade shows. And unfortunately, he didn't end up in the winner's circle. But we talked about that intensely, and I agree with you guys. There isn't a lot of kids that have the interest in going to college for whatever reason it is. Me personally, I know you guys are going to whip me at the whipping post. I'd love to see kids go into the service for a year or two after they graduate high school to give them a little bit of exposure and time to figure out what they may or may not want to do. I graduated high school a year, you got to listen to this, guys, a year and a half early. And what had happened was, in those days, you had 3A and 3B. I was going into 3B, and they pushed me to 4A. So I missed a half a year there, and I made the cutoff by 2 days. So I was a year and a half actually behind all these other kids. So you can only imagine what it was like to compete athletically. But the bottom line was I wasn't ready to go to college when I graduated at 17. I just wasn't mature enough. So, so I agree with you guys. Trade schools is imperative because there's a lot of kids today that just don't have the aptitude to go further their education or an interest.
Well, like you said, they don't know what it is that they want, right? I mean,
how can you know at 17 you want to be a doctor or a lawyer or a politician or a sports agent? You don't have enough familiarity with life. So how should you really be responsible? So you end up, when I was growing up, my mom convinced me that I should become a dentist. I had no interest in becoming a dentist, for God's sakes. My dad drafted me into the jewelry business, which he was in Philly at the age of 12. And I didn't have the choice. But to be honest, my mom was telling me all along, you should go to dental school. Listen, guys, it's not possible at that early age to figure out what you want to do, at least in my mind.
I had the same experience. My father was an electrical contractor, growing up. So, I mean, at 14, I was out there drilling holes and, running wire, right? Trying to learn a trade out there. It lasted for a couple good years. And then eventually I was looking for something a little bit more. My mother, was a nurse. So I wound up as a nurse. So, I like to say I've been solving problems since I was 14 years old. Well,
I think Jack came from money, so he can't relate to what we're talking about, Elena. I think he was born with that silver spoon, to be honest with you. So I'm not sure about him.
Rich parents put expectations on their kids too. We all have the same problems.
Elena, you mentioned AI. AI is going to be a big problem because we still don't know how to integrate that into the academics, if at all. or are we going to prevent it? If you have students that are solving their math problems and their physics problems not by themselves but using ChatGPT, they are not going to develop as a student and as an individual.
And let me ask you guys, all three, maybe a way in. How do you take out the impartiality of AI? How do you do that?
Opposed to being like left wing, is that what you're saying? Is it's
Or right, either which way.
Yeah, it all depends on what kind of response you're looking for, right? You can walk AI to the answers that you want.
That's right.
That's the point. That's exactly the point.
But I'll tell you what, real quick, as soon as I'm old enough, even though I'm the youngest one here, to remember life before the cell phone. I remember driving with the Atlas, right? I remember having to remember every single number, all your friends, your parents, your home number. I remember that. As soon as the cell phone came out, it dumbed everybody down, but we got smarter as a whole because, you can do things a lot faster, but you're not remembering everything anymore.
We should be integrating AI into the state government as well. But I think if Jack or when Jack gets elected to be governor, we need to have a focus on AI because right now no one has any answers. There's more confusion and fear than anything else.
Elena, let me take you down a rabbit hole and get your opinion and your thoughts. If you don't have enough assembly seats won here, how difficult is it for a governor to get the things and the progress they want to make passed if you don't have the assembly seats, whether it be the school board seats or the councilman seats? Tell me what your thoughts are on that, please.
Well, look, I think if we only get Chitterelli in New Jersey, I do think that he's a strong enough leader that he'll be able to negotiate with a legislature that's working against him, or at least I hope he is. But I also think if we get Chitterelli, that you're probably going to pick up a few seats. People are starting to lean that way, and independents are leaning that way. I think you're less likely to be in that situation. What's that, Pete?
We need 13 assembly seats right now in order to flip majority.
But you know what's funny, Elena? Think about that. If what you just said makes sense, there's only one problem. Today, you have a governmental shutdown, and there isn't a way in hell that you're going to get the left and the right to agree on this. You've seen this now shut down for over 30 days. So if there's any negotiations going on, obviously the Republicans' heels are dug in, and so is the left. And look where we are today.
Yeah.
So I wanted to have a tendency to believe in what you're saying, but I don't see it because this is evident of what's happening today in Congress.
No, you make a good point. You make a really good point. But Jack will also have veto power, and unfortunately, in a worst case scenario, it may just cripple him. And he could at least do some things to stop some of the bleeding. But he won't be able to really make the changes that the state needs.
No, we'll never get to where we want to be. In my mind, he's a little bit of a lame duck right off the bat.
Oh, I agree. That's my point, guys.
And this idea of negotiating, I have this fear that the days of negotiation are sort of getting going
I know.
away.
I'm being naive. I hear you.
Listen, let me ask you a question. How many bedrooms do you have in your house? Because there's 3 guys here that want to move to Florida like overnight, and therefore you're a comfortable spot for us.
All of a sudden, she has no extra bedrooms.
Listen, I left Florida to come back up here in 2021. All right, so I like to joke, right? I say that while everybody else is leaving the state, God called me home.
Elena, don't hold it against our youth of today. This guy's got scrambled brains to go from paradise to up here to stinky, smelly gray, and I'll leave it go at either Pennsylvania or Jersey.
If everybody flees the state, who's going to fight for it, Bear?
Yeah, you're right, bro. You're absolutely
Everybody
right.
can't flee. You're not going to lose a noticeable chunk of your population. And the same thing's going to happen with New York. They may, even if they lose 10% of their population, there's still so many, people in New York on a daily basis who live there or commute there that it's not going to be that noticeable.
Jack is going to have a real problem if he doesn't get the assembly. But on the flip side, if he gets in and we flip the assembly, just think how much we'll be able
Oh
to
yeah,
do.
man. Now we're cooking with gas, right? So that's
Yeah.
the prayer. That's the prayer right now.
Hold on, let me get back to that question then. What furthermore do you guys see as improvements in New Jersey if Jack comes aboard and guys like you do as well? Why don't you tell us?
Other issues?
Yeah.
I know I've got an issue with abortion in the 9th month. I mean, that is, I am not a pro-lifer, but you're talking, this is a death wish here, passing a law that allows an abortion in the 9th month for no reason.
Why don't we get a female's point of view? Can you weigh in with us, my friend?
I am as pro-life as it gets. So I am not one of those women who say keep your laws off my body, because I believe that an embryo is a human life that is in just early stages of growth and deserves the chance to have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness as the rest of us do. So yeah, and as far as late term abortion, it is absolutely barbaric. We hear stories of children surviving those abortions, and they are born then with deformities. Sometimes they're allowed to live, and in states like Minnesota, they're left on a tray to die because the mother didn't want them. So, and that is a reality in this country, and it is a wonder that God has not rained hellfire down on us yet, as we absolutely deserve for allowing it. So
Let me
is that what you expected as a woman's perspective?
Well, listen, I'm kind of on board with you. There's only one problem that I have, is that I don't know if it could be as concrete as a yay or a no. I mean, personally, and I'm not embarrassed to say, I was dating someone years ago, and we supposedly was mine. She got pregnant and elected to have an abortion, and I surely paid for it. And that was her choice, not mine. But I can tell you this much, that this is a big stumbling block in America today. I believe in preventative medicine. And therefore, we'll go back to you, Jack and Pete, as to what you want to see done within the school framework. Why can't we make sure that kids know? I know years ago, and it's going back a long time, that we had these sex classes. And someone explained to us that if you have intercourse and sex, and you fool around, and you don't have the appropriate birth control, however you want to put it, intact, there's a chance you're going to get pregnant. So why aren't we doing more between medicine and teachings and everything else to try and prevent this issue rather than have to deal with it?
Well,
I can
I'll
speak
give you
to
an
it.
easy answer.
Please let me. They are teaching sex from kindergarten, sexuality. They are pushing sex on kids constantly, and they are teaching them you can get pregnant, but they're teaching them that a pregnancy is an inconvenience and you can have abortion. There are books for 5-year-olds about abortion that I could show you. The world we're living in is sick and dark. So yes, that conversation is happening, but abortion is just the thing you do, like getting a cavity filled nowadays. It is not positions as this is a serious decision that's going to affect your life. I just have to respond to one thing you said, because you're a man. You didn't have a decision in that. Forgive me for saying this, but I am so sick of men of just relinquishing their right to have a say in what happens to their own children. It is absolutely not okay. This is your own family line, and you should have a say in it. I feel so strongly about it. It just upsets me when I hear men go, "Oh, it's not my decision." No, it's your child. You have a say.
Are we making too much of a deal? I don't know how many abortions there are in the course of a year. I did a study on that for one of my shows a year ago.
In
Is there a
America,
million?
1 million in America.
So if there's 1 million in America, are we making more out of abortion that affects us politically? Isn't there anything that we could do to take that somehow off the table? And I don't like the word negotiate, but have something that's more acceptable.
Like a compromise.
As a compromise, so we don't have to talk about abortion every single election. And we're not worried about I don't want to use the word more critical, because that's not fair, and I don't feel like that. But other issues we push aside.
Wait, are you implying that ending 1 million lives a year isn't that big of a deal?
I'll tell you what, if you go ahead and you speak to any Democrat sane voter, anyone,
they will tell you the one stipulation they don't care: abortion should not be used as birth control. Every single one I talked to has said the same thing to me.
Right.
You know, so I mean, I don't know, man. Look, if you made that compromise, we'll give you every exception you want. But if you take it off the board as birth control,
Well, the comprehensive sex education that New Jersey teaches was purchased from this outfit called SIECUS. It's SIECUS, and it's the Sexual Instruction Education Consortium of the United States. And that is an offshoot of Planned Parenthood. That was originally, back in the 70s, that was Planned Parenthood. So SIECUS is very oriented towards not so much prevention, but they want the pregnancy, they want the abortion. That's how they make their money.
you know, and unfortunately, I believe pharmaceutical companies wind up bidding
Right.
on you know that matter after it's, you know, I mean, it's very, very unfortunate the way everything is run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think, you know, it's a state's issue. I think if you want to live in an abortion state, live in an abortion state. If you don't, don't. I'm not sure how we can take it off the. We don't talk about abortion constantly. They do. For them, it's a voting issue. Like, it's the voting issue. You know, they've convinced women that they're going to be in the Handmaid's Tale, while they then go and vote for Muslims who will put them in a real life Handmaid's Tale. It's all completely insane.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. You know, I mean, look, it's nothing we're going to get squared away and solved today. I'll tell you that. But I mean,
No.
you know,
Is
but
this
we
an
have so
issue
many
in
other
New Jersey?
matters,
Like,
you know, is
yeah, how many?
but is this a fighting issue in New Jersey, guys?
well,
If you bring it up, when you bring it up, it's a fight.
I didn't hear about it one time. I didn't hear about it in town halls with the Hannity the other day. I didn't hear about it in the debate. So I think, to be honest with you, you make a valid point. And unfortunately, the band is playing so loud here. I missed everything you had to say, and I was more interested in what you had to say than what I had to say personally. So the bottom line is that there's music here like crazy. I'm wearing headsets, but nevertheless, listen, I think you have paramount issues, and I don't know how you solve these issues going forward. And I don't want to bring in the clouds, but I want to talk to you about the real issues. The reason that I went on the air 2 years ago is I said I want to talk about fixing things. All I do on the air is talk about problems. I haven't been able to come up with one solution that fixes one thing. And that's annoying to me. And I'm sure the three of you feel the same way. What are we fixing? All we do is talk about abortion's a problem. Taxes is a problem. Illegal immigration is a problem. And the orange guy is doing the best that he can within the framework that he has. Frankly, I'm not doom and gloom. I'm just realistic. I'm in the fourth quarter of the fourth quarter. You guys are going to be stuck with this mess. I'm going to be playing backgammon and backgammon upstairs while you guys are trying to solve these issues.
well, you know, I think that the immigration solves a lot of these problems, right? When you look at, we have a population of 10 million people with a potential, right, of 1 million illegal aliens. That's the estimates. All right. And those are people that are receiving child care, health care, education. You know, they're receiving all the different programs. I mean, that's 10% of our population. If we get a handle on that, I mean, that can cut back a bunch of bills right there. And it's costing, what, $6 billion a year?
That's it. Yeah.
Wow.
7.3 billion.
We have Constance over here from LD5. Hi, Constance. How are you?
I'm just fine, Pete.
Hi, Constance. Good to see you.
You too.
So 7.3 billion, right, is the estimate for the year. So I mean, you know, listen, if we can go ahead and get that off the books, it's a start. You know, and we can see where else we can go from there.
Yeah, that's costing every family close to $3,000 per family. This is the illegal immigrants you're talking about, right? By now, it's $3,000 per family, which means, you know, if you're paying $10,000 in taxes, somebody's coming in and grabbing $3,000 of that. and your local community is still on the hook for that cost. So they got to end up raising taxes because the illegal aliens are taking the first 3,000 of your taxes. So
It's hijacking the money, right? I mean, it's robbing Peter to pay Paul, now just to pay Juan. I mean, it's unfortunate.
it's housing, food, education, legal expenses.
The education alone for K through 12 children is estimated at $925 million. And we had our budgets cut, property tax budget. And even with having our budgets cut, we're putting out $925 million a year for schooling for the children of illegal aliens.
Yeah. I mean, listen, and Jack, you say it all the time, right? I mean, you're sure they're very nice people, right? It's just we can't afford to pay for them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it. We're trying to pay for our own people, take care of our own people. We have enough problems here at home.
Yeah, they were not. They were unexpected and unaccounted for. We did not account for 1 million people.
So I mean, yeah, it's just it's very unfortunate, Elena. Sorry, we got loud music going on over here, my dear.
You sound good to me. It's probably worse for you.
Can I suggest a different topic for a minute? Because I think Elena would appreciate it. It's not that stark. Riley Gaines posted on X, and she's so right. Neither one of the women running for governor, Spamberger, I call her Spam Burger because she's a spam burger, and Mikey Sherrill voted for fairness in women's sports. Now here you have two women running for governor. Fairness in women's sports. It's appalling to me that they're not wanting to jump up and stick up for women. And
it's astonishing.
And it's like, where are all these feminists? Who are these feminists? Back in the 70s, they got this Title IX approved. Now their daughters and granddaughters are just dismissing it. All that work that was done for educational opportunity for women is washed away with these new potential governors. So there's another topic that we can't understand.
No, Constance, I mean, that is, it's really hard for any thinking person to wrap their head around how we could get to a place where women are working against women and giving, trophies to men dressed as women. I absolutely agree with you. It's astonishing. People are voting for it. They don't. I mean, it's clear that they don't care about women. It's crystal clear. It's been this way for a long time. Where and they come against the rest of us for being, people like me for being Christians, and saying that we don't have tolerance for the trans community, and I feel sorry for the trans community, but I'm not going to tolerate their lies. And if that makes us bad guys, Constance, hey, then we're bad guys, right?
You notice the opposite. You don't notice women who have become men performing in men's sports, and there's a reason for that. They'll get hurt. They're not going to win. They have no competitive place there. So isn't that interesting? You don't see it on the opposite side.
Yeah, true.
Actually, it's not interesting. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, why it's like that? Yes, and then you got gals like me. I wouldn't even play in women's sports. I'm intimidated. Get away from me with the sports. I don't care about women's sports. I have zero interest in them, but I care about protecting them. To that extent, I'm in.
Right. If you have children that are into playing any sports, and obviously,
how about it?
Everybody is legitimately concerned about that. And the thing that gets me is that we're not being unkind to want to protect our daughters. We accept equal opportunity in any other way. Say there was a chess competition. Say there was anything else in school where there's a competition. Everything is equal. I don't really care if they have made a gender change or not. The only place that comes into play is when it's time to get a competition on the field. And that one exception should be honored.
We're in agreement there.
It's really hard to hear him.
Sorry, I'll try to yell. Yeah, I'm gonna get going soon because you guys are having a hard time. But I really had a good time being here tonight. This is a lot of fun. We have 37 minutes until the polls close.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I'm having technical difficulties with these headphones.
So it looks like the band got pretty loud. So I hope the listeners out there can hear us. But just got our boy from the conservative corner, Seth Eisenberg, just drove up from Maryland. So I want to say it's election party. Get this man a beer.
I'll take a couple. All right, these things are driving me insane.
Yeah, Seth just drove up from Maryland, conservative corner, part of the America's Pulse Network, the great America's Pulse Network. And Elena, I just want to know, can you hear us pretty good? The band is pretty loud. Okay, good. All right. These guys are going to town over here. So, like I said, it's election party, and Constant Zipsel. So we're gonna show the election results as they come in soon. Just hooked up my laptop, and they'll be coming in after 8 o'clock when the polls close, and you guys will see them on the screen as they go across. So Seth is he's a little discombobulated right now. You know, he's old. He doesn't know how to work this
What are
stuff.
you doing, man?
My head is so big, the headphones barely fit on them. Got like a 90-pound melon. What are you doing, Elena?
Nothing. This has been so much fun. They keep switching the people. We're talking. I just get to, weigh in over here and complain about Democrats, which is my favorite thing to do.
You should have flown up. I don't know what the problem is. I drove. You could have made it.
I could have made it. Yeah, I'm just being lazy.
Your flight would have been shorter than his drive.
Probably.
Well, maybe not. Maybe not with the air traffic controllers and the government shutdown. Probably wouldn't be able to get a flight out.
Yeah, speaking of that, I don't care how long the shutdown goes on. We cannot give in to these insane anti-American demands. I don't care if all the flights get canceled and we just have to drive places or stay where we are. I'm so done with trillions of dollars going to foreign entities and foreigners in this country while Americans aren't making it over it.
Yeah.
I don't know. You guys can't hear me, so I'm going to go.
No, I can kind of hear you. But yeah, if you got to go, jump back on later. We're going to be going all night.
I know. Half hour, 30 minutes until the polls close.
That's right. So everybody out there, like and subscribe to America's Pulse Network, Jersey Shore Podcast, Conservative Corner, Base Mother, Elena Barbera, Alexandra Lee live, and I hope she gets a chance to come on. I don't know what she's got going on right now. I know she's working on campaigns, but hopefully she has a chance to pop on. But all right,
I will. I'll text you guys. See you later.
All right, you got it. See you. All right. So I will hand it to you, Seth. How was your drive?
It was okay. Every time I drive more than 10 minutes, I realize that the world is inundated with morons and jackasses. And they all seem to get on the road the same time I do. And I think the game is, let's see if we can give Seth a heart attack on the way to wherever he's going. And they get pretty close. They get close. I can feel it. But yeah, it was easy. I mean, there was a little traffic in Baltimore, but other than that, it was pretty good.
All right. So what do you think about this? Did you hear about? I sent you an article earlier about the bomb threats.
Yeah, what was going on with that?
It was just basically Democrats. I would say the Democrats cheating again because they had in Gloucester County, where I'm from. We're in Camden County right now. Okay. But Gloucester County, the county clerk illegally changed the ballots, so they took them to court, and the judge ruled in their favor only to repay the money they spent for the campaign finance, saying vote this column, because the clerk broke it up. So basically, Jack Shinrow is running, and they said to vote column 1, whatever column 1.
Okay.
And then the clerk legally changed the ballot, and he broke it up, so it wasn't just like a Republican column and a Democrat column like it was supposed to be. So the judge made them pay the money back. And that was it. And then they had to take it to the appellate court to get the ballots changed at the ballot box, because that was for the mail-in ballot. So the mail-in ballots already went out. So they paid $26,000, Democrats, to cheat, pretty much. So they got to pay that back, and then they changed it at the polls. but the mail-in ballots, it was too late. So that's what they're doing now here in New Jersey. North Jersey, there are so many more mail-in ballots for the Democrats than there's Republicans. There's always so. Then there's all these bomb threats that get called in at the polls up in North Jersey mostly. So
How far from here?
about an hour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, but it's because a lot of Republicans like to vote on election day, or they don't like their mail-in ballots. But that's the thing. It's another way to cheat. So it stopped a lot of people from voting today.
Well, yeah, I guess calling them bomb threats helps too. If I can't afford to cheat, I'll just call a bomb threat.
Yeah.
That'll work.
I mean, think about it. People work all different hours. So if you were going to vote before you go to work, or you say you work mid shift or night shift or whatever, and then they call them bomb threats, they shut the polls down. They have to move them to different locations.
Are they going to move them? They had to move them?
Yeah, some they moved. Some they had to sweep. But how long are they going to wait? That's the thing. So
I wonder if that'll have an effect. You think it'll have a negative effect?
It's going to have some type of effect.
Yeah, I guess it's got to.
I just hope it's not enough. I don't know. New Jersey's pretty ramped up right now for Jack Citarelli. So I hope there's enough. Yeah.
When do the polls close in Jersey?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. Okay. So who is here as far as candidates? I saw those two. I remember them. I remember her. So who else is here?
Well, we had Councilman Del Barello. He's not a candidate. He's a councilman. Okay. He was here earlier. And then we have Jack Bragan over there.
I remember him. Jack.
Running LD6 with Peter Sykes.
I remember Peter.
And then we have LD5 candidates, Constance Zitzel. I didn't see Nielsen yet. Okay. I'm sure when she gets here, she'll stop over.
Cool. So I guess everybody in the area who can vote in this election should understand that these candidates have made themselves available this evening so people can talk to them and find out, because the polls are still open for like an hour?
A half hour.
About a half hour. So if you haven't voted yet, vote, or come out here and talk to the candidates before you go vote to make sure you know what's going on. I mean, if they've made themselves available and you choose not to meet them, that's just stupid. They're here for you to meet, so meet them.
Yeah, and Seth, I've never seen candidates like these guys work as hard as anyone else.
No, I agree.
Other than me.
Well, you're the hardest working man there is. I understand that.
But no, they really did. They worked so hard. I mean, it was amazing. And they're in the hardest districts too. I mean, obviously, New Jersey is a blue state, kind of turned to purple. But in this district, in LD6 and LD5, these candidates have been in for a long time, the incumbents, especially LD6. 30 years this guy's been in Lou Greenwald. So it's an uphill battle. So, but Constance and Nielsen and LD5, they've been working their butts off too, man. I mean, they're great, strong women. I call them the mama bears.
Yeah.
So
I mean, 30 years is enough. And if somebody's been in 30 years and every time they run for election, they go, hey, I can change things, why haven't you done it the previous 30 years? What have you been waiting for? Today, now you want to do some things? Come on. That's just idiotic and stupid.
Yeah, New Jersey's been in decline for years. I mean, the amount of money that they waste. We are a sanctuary state. And we, out of New Jersey taxpayer dollars, just New Jersey taxpayer dollars, we make $7.3 billion for illegal aliens. We do $7.3 billion. Now, I did the math one time. I think I talked about it before maybe on the Pulse. I'm not sure. But if you were to divide that up between every house in New Jersey, it would lower your property tax by over $2,000.
Yeah, you said that.
Everybody.
That's crazy.
So, and what they spent $7 billion on the wind farm, and it didn't generate 1 kilowatt of energy. Not 1 kilowatt, 0. And our electric bill doubled here.
That's special.
So
I mean, if you want to see what happens, look at Maryland. If you're not careful, Maryland's going to become you.
We got somebody who wants to come on?
I don't know. That offends me.
Well, can you grab him one too? So
I might have to get me an adult beverage here in a second.
all right, well,
Of course, I like to call him an Otis soda.
we'll have our producer there, other Damon. So, I don't know. So we got Jack Rangan. His son's coming on. Jack Rangan for Assembly LDC.
Oh, he's running
His
for LDC?
son-in-law.
All right, so which one's your daughter over there?
The one in the pink. And if I don't let them on in a minute, they're gonna kill me. So after you're off, I'm gonna bring the girls in because they're begging
That's
me to
cool.
go in. They're already photobombed once.
They're probably more interesting than me.
Yeah.
I'll be the judge of that.
So here you go, man. Introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Steve Dowling. I'm actually Jack Brangan's son-in-law. Looking forward here to supporting him and see what we could do. What do you guys think about what's your take?
Well, the take for me, like I was just saying, they're the hardest working candidates I've ever seen, and they have a big uphill battle going against Lou Greenwald, 30 years in office, and I know. I mean, I think they work hard enough to win, but you never know. And I think they're gonna pull it off, and it'll be a huge. It'll be like a Rocky 2. You know, when he beats Apollo Creed, that's what it'll be.
So, like, my thing is, and I was just actually talking to Peter, and I said, one of the biggest issues that would have been for Lou Greenwald is if he put on his website that he's been doing this for 30 years. Because people are going to realize that, like, shit, you've been doing this for 30 years, and now my taxes are higher than they ever have been. My energy costs are higher than ever have been. The school system, even though you see metrics that, especially in Camden County, like we're ranked okay, but when people actually break down to the nitty gritty of where your taxes are going and the municipalities, and I'm in Voorhees and I'm paying around $12.9 for my real estate taxes, right? Which is asinine, and I think 30 years is going to hold against Lou Greenwald because people understand that they need to change, much like the 2024 election with Trump again. People understand that change is on the horizon, and if you don't grasp it when you can at the right point, then you're going to lose an opportunity. And that's why I think, with you said, like the grassroots aspect they have and how hard they worked in order to try to make this happen, I think people are really going to appreciate that. And that's just, my 100% take on it.
I think the bigger problem is if someone's been in office for 30 years, that just tells me people aren't doing their due diligence and they're just voting for a name. They don't know what the guy does. They don't know what he's been doing. They just see that name on every. Oh, it's that guy again. I'm going to vote for him. Oh, it's that guy again. I'm going to vote for him. Hey, my great-grandfather voted for him. Yeah. I'm going to vote for him too. I mean, it's embarrassing. People need to stop or start worrying about what happens past their personal bubble. Right. And take in everything, and because that affects everyone. You got to educate yourself. And people know more about their favorite football team than they do about their local leaders, which is disgusting.
Yeah, you're right about that, Seth, too, because one thing that they've done, Constance, Nielsen, Jack, Pete, they've handed out so many flyers. It's unbelievable. But they went to every event, whether it was a free concert, whether it was whatever it may have been. They went everywhere, and they would just hand out flyers. They door knocked. They did all that stuff. The social media presence, the texting, getting their names out there, because they're regular people. All of them are. They never ran for office before, never held office. So it's time. I would just say, if your way's not working, it's time to try someone else's way.
Well, yeah. I mean, 30 years is enough. You've had your time. Time for you to move aside. Let somebody else come and try something.
Right, and that's why I think actually people are. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people are. Like, I just had a great conversation with my neighbors. He's a registered Democrat, and obviously he's my neighbor, so we've had a lot of conversations, and I changed that on him. But he was telling me one of the people that he works with in the office who is a staunch liberal, right? And I was picking the kids up for school, and he came up and he goes, "Yo, you will not believe this." And I was, he told me the story. He walked in, and it's almost like he was making a confession. And he's like, "I just voted down ballot Republican." And he's like, "And I voted for your guy Jack too, that you were telling me that," which he means Jack Rangan, obviously Chitterelli too, but Jack Rangan. And that's one of the there's a lot of people out there like that. I think there's more than, because I think we're so. We're so taken back consistently that, shit, we live in a blue state, we're a blue state, and we kind of downbeat ourselves that there's no way to fight, and then I think the best fight that we've had is, by the resurgence of the Camden County GOP, for one thing, I think was a huge thing that came in, and then two, with Jack and Peter hopping on the ballot to get under there, and that beautiful down ballot way it looks, to just Jackson straight down, I just see people making like that guilty move as a moderate Democrat or an independent, being like, I'm doing it to see if change happens. And that's why I at least hold hope, and that people have made the change. And as far as you said, well, you're right. People know the NFL teams and everything better than their politicians. I also think that's changed a little bit with the onset of Trump since 2016. Is that when people started to see things that were happening in the NFL, the NBA, and all the, the quote unquote woke shit that was going on, people were kind of getting dissuaded from that. Like, yeah, they're going to still watch their team on Sunday because, football is, kind of that historical American idea. And when people start to move themselves away from actually idolizing those people and actually sees what goes on in the community and understanding your taxes, and this is something I did. You know what I mean? Just taking my taxes, and you understand what you can make better. And you look at other states, especially red states, and you're like, I have a friend that lives in Texas. He has a 5,000 square foot house and pays like $4,000 a month in real estate taxes. You know what I mean? Like, and he's in a beautiful home. 25 minutes outside of Fort Worth. But it's still a beautiful home. Like, how does he afford that? And how do they break up the municipalities and have those individual things?
But what I'd like to see, and probably I'll get hate email for this, but that's fine. I get that all the time anyway.
I'm not going to give up my emails.
I would love to take away the R&D after candidates' names. Just have their name, and that's it. That way, people are forced to look to see who that person is.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Forced to see what their campaign
it's not a bad idea. Yeah,
neither party will ever let that happen.
No, they'll never let that happen, because I'm one of those under the thought process that I don't think the Democratic Party is really going to exist come 2028, or it's going to be such a small fashion of it. You know what I mean? I think it's going to be so weak that their build-up's going to take another 20 years, or at least another 3 to 4 presidential election cycles in order to get back in the good graces of them. But they're going to have to change totally over. What I really think is going to happen is that everybody's going to have to keep precedents that Trump, Vance, Rubio, and whoever goes in. I'd love to see Tulsi Gabbard and Rubio together. I think that'd be a phenomenal ticket for us to have, especially having a competent vice president as a woman. You know what I mean? And I think that'd be an amazing thing to see. So I think people are learning, and I think this is the one that they're going to really learn from. And I think with Jack Chitterelli, I think that's a pull. You need that moderate Democrat and that independent base to really show strong. I was just looking at the computer over there, and the mail-in ballots are almost statistically down, or statistically at missing that 300,000 mail-in ballots that Chitterelli was missing when he lost by 82,000 votes in 2021. Right? But you still have 273,000 out there in the independent market. So where's that going to slide? And how many moderate Democrats, like that guy was talking about today, or liberals, are going to sit I'm sick of this shit. And I just have to do it. So how much is sweet? You get 10%, 5% out of that 68% that's sitting there next door 66, and you get about more than half of that 47%. You're in a good thing for day up. Right. You know what I mean? Because even though it says Democrat, Republican, every Republican's voting Republican. You know what I mean? Every Democrat is not voting Democrat.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Every Democrat's not voting Democrat because a lot of them have not changed their status as a voter.
Right.
But a lot of them have changed their mind as a voter, in my opinion.
Well, it all doesn't matter because Jasmine Crockett and AOC are going to run, and they're going to sweep it.
Dude, I'll donate to their campaign.
I'm intimidated by their blazing intelligence.
Yeah, right.
What did Kennedy say? AOC is the reason why they put direction on shampoo bottles.
Right. What a brilliant guy. Listen to that guy.
Well, no, one thing I want to say, though, Seth, I know you're Maryland, but in New Jersey, we have a problem with Republicans coming out to vote. We had 31, when Jack Ciattarelli ran in 21, 31% of registered Republicans came out. 31%. That's it. And that's like the usual. That's the norm. And Chris Christie, not really a fan of him, but when he ran in the second term, he won in a landslide when 42% of Republicans came out. That's a landslide here in New Jersey. So that's why we need everyone to come out to vote. I know the polls are closing in 17 minutes, but if you guys are watching, you didn't vote yet, just get in your car, rush to the polls.
Yeah, if you're in line, you get to vote, right?
Yeah. If you're in line before 8 o'clock, you still get to vote. Yeah, stay in line. I know a lot of machines went down and all that, but just make sure you stay in line. They cannot turn you away if you're there before 8 p.m.
Well, yeah, there's no excuse not to vote. I mean, you've had all day. You had mail-in ballots. I hate mail-in ballots, but you've had mail-in ballots. You've had all day. There's no excuse. And the worst thing about Republicans, and I've said it before, is they're lazy. I don't want to go vote. I got this. Or my neighbor's going to take care of it. I don't got to vote. My neighbor's doing it. His friend's going to go. Yeah. Stop buying into the red wave. Stop buying into everybody else is going to vote. You need to vote. Worry about you. If everybody worried about themselves and voted, we'd be fine.
Yeah, no, you're right.
We'd be fine. But we need to stop waiting for somebody else to do it. That's the problem.
Yeah, and everybody says, what's one vote going to count? Well, how many people say that? How many people say that? One vote. Well, every vote does count. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is.
But I think that that's the problem with New Jersey in general with the Republican base, because they feel dejected. They feel like when they say their vote doesn't count, it's not that they don't want to vote. It's their vote's not going to count because either they, people like myself understand that there's cheating going on, even though I'm voting. You know what I mean? Like they're going to rig the election, because a lot of these elections, in my opinion, is selection, not election. And then when they're already pre-selecting the candidate for you, and they're going to rig the ballot as much as they can in order to have that's why you saw bomb threats today at certain places and locations. That's why you saw machines going down. To me, most people would be scared of that. To me, I see that as a good sign that they're scared. You know what I mean? I see that they're tracking numbers and they're understanding, holy shit, like things are going on. We need to eject some people from getting their votes in. That could be an absolute conspiracy theory, or
no. I mean, I think you're right, because I think most Republicans tuck tail and run. We don't fight.
No,
you can watch Antifa riots or all those riots. Republicans don't. We just stand there and get pushed around and screamed and yelled at, and throwing things at. I'm going to get the police. Okay, well, while you're waiting for the officer to come over here and getting your ass kicked, and that looks really cool. I mean, you've turned the other cheek. Yeah, you're the better person, but the guy that's kicking your ass is going to go do it to 7 other people because no one's taught him not to. Republicans need to stand up and start fighting.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And then again, that's a dejection thing that when you're going to fight against, you're like, I'm the one that's going to get arrested, and they're the one that's going to get off. You know what I mean? So I'm going to put my family and everything in jeopardy for this fight, but they're going to get off scot-free because that's what's been happening in this country for since 2016.
Like I've always said, I came in this world naked, covered in blood, and screaming. I got no problem leaving it the same way.
I'm not going to lie. I work in Philly, and I run a place in Philly, and sometimes I beg for it. Like I saw the Summer of Love live in Philly. I saw them start to burn. I saw the cop car on my corner start to burn. All the cops that I knew came rolling down the street. They're like, "Yo, get the fuck out, get out." And I was like, all right. I hopped back on the pack. I got over to Jersey, which I call my safe space, which is kind of awkward. You know what I mean? Like I go over to Jersey to spend more money and be safer. But
see, I'm a redneck. I'd have been like, what? They're coming? I'd have grabbed my shotgun and said, okay, that's cool. I'll be waiting right here.
Not until recently you couldn't bring it on the pack over the line. You know what I mean? I can't bring it over, but
Something.
First of all, you're not allowed to curse on this network. I'm joking. No.
Hi, I'm Seth. Pleased to meet
you. I said that for Seth's sake, my sake too. I do all the time.
I use the word "fuck" like a comma. It's like salt on food for me. It just adds flavor.
But I was a part of it too. I talked about it before on the podcast many times. The Summer of Love. I'm from Fishtown originally, and I moved to West Denver 5 years ago. Same thing. It was horrible. Like with the Summer of Love. The Summer of Love. Like what love was there? Like, so where was the lump? Other than I couldn't buy diapers for my kids or formula. I had to go to Jersey or Delaware. You know?
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. So, but either way, it's an election party, guys. You can hear the music. Right now, we got Jack Citarelli running for governor. The poll numbers are going to start coming in shortly, and we'll put them up on the screen. We got Jack Brangan, Peter Sykes, LD6 for Assembly. We have Constance Stitzel, Nielsen Gonzalez, LD5 Assembly. We have Conwell Moore, that's LD3. We have Esposito and McManus in LD4. I mean, we need 13 Assembly seats to flip, and Jack Citarelli to win, so he can govern the state without filling out, signing an executive order, so he can actually pass legislation. So I'm hoping that everyone got out there to vote. I know the Democrats already tried to cheat, but I'm hoping we got past that. I hope we made it too big to rig. So we'll see what happens. We'll start putting it up there live pretty soon, the numbers as they come across. But make sure you like and subscribe to the America's Pulse Network, Jersey Shore Podcast. And this is the election party. And we got the pirate here, Seth Eisenberg. First time I got to meet him in person. Drove up here from Maryland.
Very cool. I mean, he's a lot taller than I thought he was. Elections are important. All elections are
I'm going to head
local.
back to my wife, guys. It was a pleasure talking with you guys.
Nice meeting you.
Hope we have a great night, man. Nice meeting you, boys.
Awesome, man. Thank you. So, all right, what's that? You want to jump? What? You want to jump on, Bill? For a second? Uh-oh, here we go.
That doesn't sound good.
You don't have to. You don't have to. We don't have it. We don't have anybody on remote right now. No, we don't have any on remote. Just jump in. And this guy. What's that? A 3-minute break? All right, guys. We're going to take a 3-minute break, okay? And then we'll be right back on.
Good, I need a beer.
You have the big fella. You got all these guys. You don't need Uncle Barry. Huh?
There was a time
Better than me.
when our children stood tall,
I'm going to do whatever you
hang on their hearts,
Even though I don't know
one
about
voice
that. You guys want to be able to survive? Want to give this to me later?
when all you had weight, when the
You want me to buy another one? I'll buy another one.
out of debate. There was a time when our history was known,
You have another
right
one?
in the rules that made us our own. There was a time, respect for the brave, for those who bled, for the lives they gave. Now the whole land burns in silent war. Truth is twisted, we can't ignore. Through the smoke, a voice still calls. We the people will not fall. There was a time, but the time isn't near. The great awakening is here. Dark to light, veil under. Patriots rise. We are one. Land of the free, home of the brave. No more silence. lies are fed to tear us down. But Q said watch, and Q said see. The silent war will set us free. From the front lines, soldiers stare, wondering if we're still there. Their blood, their hope, their sacrifice will not be sold for a life's prize. There was a time, but the time isn't near. The great awakening is here. Dark to light, the veil undone. Patriots rise, we are one. Land of the free, home of the brave. No more silence, no more slaves. Answer the call, take back the fight. Children of freedom, stand for the light.
Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on. Or we will spend our sunset years telling our children what it was once like in the United States where men were free.
There was a time, the time is near. The great awakening is here. Dark to light, veil undone. Patriots rise, we are one. Land of the free, home of the brave. No more silence, no more slaves. Answer the call, take back the fight. Children of freedom, stand for the light. There was a time. There was a time. Now is the time. Do it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Jersey Shore Podcast. That's SURE, because we are always sure. Brought to you by the great America's Pulse Network. We have co-host over here, Seth Eisenberg from the Conservative Corner, and I got an old friend of mine that just jumped in, Joseph Walker. We grew up together, and like I said, we're rotating everybody. This is an election party. So we got candidates that were on earlier that are going to be on again. And I got other friends that are going to come on, other guests that came here that will come on as well. But before we get there, my producer said he had something called the Jack Dance. So I don't know. He doesn't have his headphones on, so he doesn't know. So I'm going to hand the microphone over to my buddy Joey, and he can introduce himself. There we go.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, that's Joe Walker. I'm an old friend of Damon Galdo here. We grew up together in Philadelphia. Now we're both living over here in South Jersey. You know, trying our best to live, raise our kids right. It's not that easy in the world today, but we're getting through it.
Yeah. It's his first time on a podcast, so bear with him.
Yeah.
I was horrible at first, but and he might have had. I had one beer so far, so I'm not as far in as he is. So, but like I said, this is an election party, so we're hoping that Jack Ciancarelli gets elected and all the down ballot candidates Republican, because we need to save the state of New Jersey. And like I said, we're going to have the election results popping up pretty soon. We got about 3 minutes and the polls close. So if anybody's in line right now, do not leave. You know, if you're still waiting in line, do not leave. They have to let you vote.
Yeah, I mean, I was just asking a second ago. You said you're waiting on your computer to pop up. I mean, I was there. I voted everything straight down the line Republican. Unfortunately, there was a couple categories where Republicans weren't even listed, so I had to go to the. They weren't independent, where I think they were by ballot.
The school board, was it?
No, there was the mayor in my area.
Oh, that wasn't even listed.
There wasn't even a Republican mayor. None.
okay.
There was like 3 categories. It was
Oh, there wasn't anyone. Yeah, you'll have that to find people that are going to run it. We in West Effort we had 2 council seats that no Republican even stepped up to run for.
yeah. There was 3 positions where I had to go all the way far to the right at the very end to vote. I guess they were independent. But I voted all 3. I went nowhere near the Democratic aisle. You know, I stayed in Republican, and then
You're a smart guy.
Yeah, trying, you know. I mean,
That's my cane.
Something happened.
Oh, that was Seth's cane because he's got he's got the peg leg. You know, so we always talk about his foot, you know, and all that. So because I always mess with Seth about his foot, and it's unfortunate what he had to go through. You know, it's been in and out of the hospital, but with his foot, that's why I always do the GoFundMe for him. And he hates when we do it because he's not. But we're doing it anyway.
He's a proud man.
Yeah, he
don't
is.
want no handout.
Yeah, but the hospital bills piled up on him. So but still, it doesn't matter. We're men, and we're still going to mess with them. So I made up some props here. So I brought these 2 pirate swords because he's got the peg leg. So I'm going to hand them over to Seth so you can have your pirate swords there.
Should have brought him a patch.
Yeah, again. Well, and Seth, as you know, Seth always calls me the hammer. So I bought a bigger hammer than his sword, so I can hit him with it over there. So my hammer's a little bigger than his 2 swords, but I figured it'd be funny with prop, man. I love messing with Seth. He's a good guy. And, he breaks my stones all the time, and I do it to him too as well. So Seth, is this your first time in New Jersey?
Yeah, I spent when I first got out of the Navy. A friend of mine had a house on Tom's River.
Okay.
And I stayed there for like a couple of weeks with him.
Good area.
I went back. This was back in the day. I don't know if it was late mid '90s. I don't know if it's changed, but yeah, it was fun. I had a good time. I have a thing for Italian women, so I was in heaven. They don't have a thing for me though.
Oh, there we go. We got election results popping up
sure.
now. I don't know. I don't think we have any updates. That's just the mail-in ballots, I believe, that came through so far. I don't think we have any live poll votes yet.
I'd give it like 10 minutes after they close.
Yeah, well, according to Fox News, they had a bunch of Democratic mayors pushing for Jack, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, and the Democrat mayor is pushing for Jack. That's where the bomb threats were made.
Of course.
Yeah, and they shut down the polls and they had to move some of them, and some of them reopened. But yeah, so but all right,
liberals keeping it classy.
Yeah, as always. But like I said, this is an election party. This is Jersey Shore Podcast.
What are you drinking?
That is Tito's and water with a splash of iced tea Mio.
Tito's, okay.
Yeah. You get half to hang out over, twice the drunk. Zero,
it's more efficient.
0 calories.
Hey, can we get a sponsor for that? Can we pay for that?
You want it from Tito's? You want it from Mio?
If you're watching Tito's.
Yeah. Tito's and water with a splash of Mio flavor.
So
tastes like juice.
That's the scary part.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Joe, the 2 girls over there were begging to come on. They wanted to come on real bad. They were on earlier. They photobombed, but that was about it. So they want to come on real quick. If you want to let them come on,
they want to be famous.
They just want to be famous.
Which ones?
My daughter there and Pete's daughter.
There's 3 of them.
On the end, right end.
The
2 big ones or yours in the middle?
Right there. So, yeah. Hey, Gianna.
There's 3 of them over there.
All 3. Okay.
So
all 3.
us
Oh
out.
no, we're getting
out.
bombed now. We're getting bombed.
You're going to need another chair. There's got one over there. Here. I'll give your daughter my headset and then the microphone.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we'll rotate it.
Here, you got
So,
here.
guys, sorry, bear with us. This is an election party, so there's a lot going on here. The band just ended, but we can't wait until it's 8:02. So they're bringing everything to the polling location where they count all the ballots right now. So hopefully we get a really good update pretty soon, and we see how we're going. So now
This is my daughter Gianna, and my son.
And
Damon.
we're having Mackenzie and Scarlett too. Damon, Mackenzie and Scarlett. Just come in. I need headphones.
Sorry guys, it's a mess here. So bear with us. And then we'll grab Pete Sykes to come back on
Hello.
again after this. So, all right, John, what do you have to say? Who go ahead, have at it. You've been on the radio show with me before.
Yeah, I've been
91?
there 5 times, and sometimes I just say hi on the podcast. So yeah, this is my first time I'm ever actually talking like this on the podcast.
Yeah, well, on the radio show, 92.1 WVLT. Who had the number one show?
Mm-hmm.
Who?
Huh?
Who had the number one show? The number one rated show. The show that.
Me.
That's correct.
But then I think didn't you and Pete get a bigger number than me?
It was
by a little bit though.
It was only by about 200 views.
Yeah, that's not by a lot.
That's not much.
I might come back on the radio show pretty soon.
I think Uncle Pete cheated. What,
Probably.
Yeah. What do you got? No, I don't want to pick up on that. That's why I'm asking. No, it's fine. Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Damon, you want to say hi?
Hi.
Oh, that was loud.
That's Damon. Damon looks very small.
Because I am really small.
So, all right.
Make
some of the
Robux
numbers
free.
starting to come in.
We want to make Robux free.
Yeah, and I'm giving a shout out to myself because I always ask my dad to give me a shout out at the radio show or the podcast. He never does, so I'm giving a shout out to myself, and I'm giving a shout out to my dog Dara, who's my poor dog Dara right now, who's at home in the cage.
Oh, my headphones are falling off. Hold up, Damon, you want to talk? My headphones are falling off.
Hey guys, we used to have 2 ducks and we gave them to the farm, and then one of them died.
Oh, all right. Thanks, buddy. That's what happens.
Yeah. My duck Daisy was very, very sweet, and then Riley, she is very ungrateful and mean and sassy, but she's very funny. And she has a boyfriend, and she does not love me anymore.
So, all right, guys. Well, thanks for stopping on. Okay.
You're welcome. And shout out to me.
Okay.
And
what
Damon.
about me? So, all right.
And shout out to you then.
We got a lot of people coming on. We got guests.
And shout out to my
guests
mom
that are
too.
coming on. People that just came to the party, and we're
And
we'll have some
Roblox
of the
should definitely
candidates
be
back
free.
on.
I need all the new Game Passes and dressing pass.
Me too. Me too. I need game passes too.
Ow, dude.
Bye, guys.
All right,
Dad,
time to
your
go.
chair's in my way.
All right, guys, so bear with
And
me.
make everything free for kids.
Do we have any election
We need
numbers in
everything
so far?
free for kids. Oh yeah, and vote for my dad, Peter Sykes.
Do we have anything? I see a little bit of blue, bigger.
I
than red,
have
but
to
that's just
stay
about-
on.
No, but you gotta go.
No.
Yes.
Come on, kid. Get out of there. Go.
So,
Come on. Go.
so, hey Pete, you jumping back on? You jumping back on? Gianna was just dissing you about the radio show. Yeah. Oh, Bill, you want to step in for a second? Say hello.
Sure.
You can say hello. Step in and say hello.
It's on you. Listen. Is
Listen.
that your discretion?
Listen, another friend I grew up with. I'm not proud of it.
Wait. What do you mean you're not proud of it?
Well, just saying.
on,
I'm not backing them or anything like that. But just don't do anything stupid. Here, the microphone. There you go. First time he's ever been on a podcast as well. It unplugged. So what? That's what happens when you're at a party. That's what happens.
He set me right
And
up
you
for
don't-
failure.
Yeah. Well,
Jump in here, Bill. All right.
he was begging me to jump in. He's
I
like, when
didn't
am I coming?
beg no one to jump nowhere. I've never begged ever in my life.
Well, say hi to Megan out there.
Oh God.
Say hi to Megan.
Megan Phillips, you're the best girl ever. I don't know what I did to have you, but I'm thankful for you. And little Madonna. Oh.
Yeah, this guy.
he's you're a year and a half older than me, and just had a brand new baby. I was like, when he told me, I was like, man, I said,
Yeah, I probably shouldn't
you're
have.
in for it.
I definitely shouldn't have went for number 6, but I'd never give her up. She's the best thing ever.
So, all right, buddy, I'm gonna let Seth come back on. Thanks for coming on. And listen, Santa Claus, got to paint that
Come
white.
on, bro.
No, come on.
Listen.
Listen, the ball. Come on, just
Listen.
paint it white.
All the girls out there, just let Damon know that I'm not Santa Claus.
Yeah.
No, thank you guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, Seth. Yeah, Seth's right over there. Seth's going to be coming back, and Pete's going to be coming back on. And we have Jack Brangen's going to be coming back on as well. Do we have any numbers on the results yet? Damon, our great producer, do we have any numbers on the election?
You can't hear you. You don't have a headset on.
Do we have any numbers?
What you see?
I can't see from here.
We're old.
I'm getting old. My eyes are getting bad.
We're getting real old real fast. Then I can't see.
Yeah, I still can't see it. So somebody can just call it out. Again, guys, this is an election party, so bear with us. So, but okay, all right. We can see the map that went blue, red. Okay, all right. Well, we're better off now. I mean, it was mostly blue, and I can see the red. I can't see the numbers. The percent. It's like 54%, I believe it says, or 40-something% for Chiarelli. But that, I'll just let you know that's mostly mail-in ballots were counted first. So you're going to see within the next half hour, I'm sure you're going to see that red line get a little bit further up. And I know that Jack Chiarelli is going to win. He has to. Even though the Dems tried to cheat, as always, I have faith in Jack. Jack has done a lot of work up and down the state. He's been everywhere. And I'll give it to him, man. He's put a lot of work in. So there we go. Number's a little bit bigger. Okay, it's 54-45. So that's what we're looking at right now. I don't know if we can, if we have any numbers in for LD candidates, legislative district candidates, 6, 5, 4, 3, or any of them. We'll see if we can pull that up. Hey, Damon, can we pull up any legislative LD 6, 5? Can we look? No, it's just Chiarelli. Okay, so we'll pull that up in a minute, and we'll find out how our candidates are doing here in this district. So hey, Seth, ready whenever you want to come back on, buddy. So I'm gonna hit him with the hammer again when he comes back on. It's coming. So, but all right. So yeah, just updated. Well, now it's 58-41. Well, how's it go? It goes down. It flexes all the time. You'll see it. It's gonna fluctuate here and there. But like I said earlier before, it's a lot of them are the mail-in ballots that were counted first. So hopefully everyone at the polls. See, it just went down. It's a percentage because it went up. Okay, I see it.
Yeah, right now I wouldn't even put much weight into it. It's like what 2% reporting in right now.
Oh yeah, that's it. So that's it, just 2%.
I just got to say, your buddy hooked me up with that drink he has.
Oh, whatever that was.
I can feel the sailor in me starting to come out again. So it could be trouble. Hide your women, hide your daughters. The sailors are in town.
I'm gonna have to try one of those.
Yeah. I don't know your friend, but I like him already. So.
I wonder if Alexandra's going to jump on.
I think she had a family dinner, and I think after her family dinner, she's going to try to get on. Now, you remember she's Jewish, and I'm Jewish. We like to eat and then talk and then eat and then talk, so it could be a while. Oh, while we're kind of in between things, I don't know if my son's watching, but today's his 16th birthday. So I wanted to say happy birthday. I am very proud of you. You're growing into a good, fine young man. You're intelligent, you're empathetic, and you're humble. And I couldn't ask for a better son. Happy birthday, buddy.
You know what? I told my Aunt Alice over there to not let me forget. Today is my grandfather's birthday.
Oh, wow.
I mean, he's passed away a long time ago when I was younger. So happy birthday, Pop. She told me to tell.
Happy birthday, Pop.
Yeah. So I don't know if I'm going to let her on. She seems a little saucy.
That's
So.
the best time to get them on,
Yeah.
man. I'm telling you, if I didn't live that far away in about a half hour, I'd be a little saucy in it. It might get out of hand.
Yeah, her brother, my uncle, warned her, said, "Don't get on there if you're drinking at the bar."
Oh, come on. There's no harm in it. But I mean, you have more people watch you than me. So if it were my show, there'd be like five people watching her, and that's fine. No. Yeah, that's another thing. People who are watching now, and I've said it, and I'll say it again since we're doing this. Damon, me, Alexander, Elena, Tim, when he's on here, or anybody else, nobody here is trying to change your mind. We are not trying to force you to our viewpoints. We're just telling you what we think. And like I said, hopefully you'll think and at least listen to what we have to say. And if you disagree, that's great. We don't think anything less of you. We're not here to turn you into a zombie. We're just sharing our opinions.
Yeah. I mean, that's why we do this, though, man. Seth, you know me. I can't stand mainstream media.
No, I can't either.
It's full of lies. I mean, we're just regular people that are doing this for a reason, just to get the message out there, get people out there to vote, and to save this, this state, your state, this country. And like I said earlier before, you have really good candidates here. I mean, they are regular people that stepped up. They didn't have to. They didn't, but they saw something wrong and they stepped up. I mean, and then you got Tim Fazenbaker,
good guy, great head of hair, great head of hair.
I know. I am a little jealous because mine's
I
going.
am too.
Yeah.
I am too.
So Tim, if you're watching, yes, you do have a great head of hair, and I am jealous. So.
Oh, I covet. I covet it. I'm like breaking the 10 Commandments, but I covet the hair. I have none. I'm going like the old man haircut thing going. Like the top of my head's gone.
Yeah, my daughter says to me, like once a week, Dad, I think you lost a few more hairs. I'm like, really? You have to say that?
Love you too, kid. Love you too.
Yeah. I'm like, well, you're about to lose some hair when you go to sleep.
Let me tell you about Santa Claus.
Oh, man.
So we're in southern Jersey, correct?
Yes.
And I will be honest, the only thing I know about southern Jersey, I learned on The Sopranos, so that's probably not good. But so what is the area we're in right now? What is this area?
Right now we're in Blackwood. It's Gloucester Township.
Okay.
In Blackwood, New Jersey.
What is its claim to fame? What's the big thing here? What's
right here?
This is it? Okay.
I couldn't tell you. I don't know. not where we're at now. Skeeter's Pub.
Skeeter's Pub.
Is the claim to fame.
Okay, I got that.
I mean, in the surrounding areas, there's other stuff as well. I mean, when you're talking about the Sopranos, they were a little bit more north.
A little more, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, I couldn't tell you like right here, like Blackwood, New Jersey itself, what its claim to fame is. I don't know if anybody else knows out there. Let me know, because I grew up in Philly.
That's right. Yeah.
I moved to West Stafford 5 years ago. So
where you're at, how far is that from here?
Where I live, it's about 15 minutes.
Okay. So
Yeah.
what's the big thing where you're at? What's the claim to fame in that area?
Besides
you, besides the hammer,
well, yeah,
what do people go there
Oh,
for?
come on. You just killed it for me. I was going to go with me. So.
I'm
But-
sorry.
No, over there they have some national parks where some of the Civil War was fought, and no, I'm sorry, the Revolutionary War. I apologize. So
Okay,
it was
still pretty cool.
Yeah. And so they have great parks over there and good, nice monuments and tell you
Okay.
the backstory of it. And I have a good friend of mine too, Frank Cedar. He actually makes a lot of these different monuments. He's an artist.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish he was here tonight. He drew up this entire thing for a Trump library. It's called the Blanket of Freedom, and I've been trying to get it in the right hands. I got it in Steve Bannon's hands when he went down to Virginia, and I'm hoping somebody gets to see it, because when I show you this thing, it's amazing. I mean,
That's cool.
I mean, the way he drew it out, and with the flag and the stone and it basically has has a screen in it. It's a touch screen.
Okay.
So you can look up anything and that with the history of the United States, any soldier that ever fought in a
Oh,
war,
wow.
anything with any president, and it's pretty cool.
That is pretty
We're
cool.
just trying to get it started. I hope we can get it in the right hands. I know Trump's ready to build his library.
Oh, really?
So,
Yeah. I mean, I've seen Obama's library. It looks
like doo-doo?
Like shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was looking around to make sure your kids weren't here before I said that. So it looks like a big pile of shit.
Yeah.
With scaffolding around it. Like they're trying to add to it. It's horrible.
So is Joe Biden getting the library?
No, he's getting depends. He's
Well,
getting depends.
I thought you were going to say it depends.
Well, it depends. You know, I'm famous in Austria.
For what?
I went there, I'd say 15 years ago for a friend's wedding. I was his best man. And we were in Vienna. I don't know if anybody's been to Austria, but they're big on fountains. I mean, they have fountains everywhere. And they're gorgeous. I mean, they've been there for centuries. And we were at a nightclub because I was younger and had hair then. And I would go into public without a hat. And they have this street food and it's sausage. And it is the best sausage in the world. I could live on it. So we're at this little sausage vendor at like 3 a.m. and it's packed. And I am tanked. And I have no shame in saying that I was tanked. And I'm hungry, so let's get some sausage. So I'm in line and I get like a sausage and I eat it while I'm waiting for, my change. And I was like, well, give me another one. And I ate that while I'm waiting for my change. Like, well, give me another one. So I sucked down 3 sausages and left with a 4th and had a beer. And I'm sitting next to this guy. I think he was German. Didn't speak any English. I don't speak any German. And he was like holding his mouth like he was thirsty. So I handed him my beer. He's drinking my beer, and then I take it back and I drink my beer, and I hand it back to him and drink my beer.
Okay.
And he walks away, and all of a sudden he brings about like 40 people, and they're like applauding me. I guess because I helped them, but they're like all applauding me and patting me on the back.
Yeah.
So I was drunk, so I stood up on the fountain, I put my hands up like, yes, worship me, and I fell into the fountain. And police are completely different than police in America. If you think police in America are heavy-handed, you have not been to Austria. They are very heavy-handed in Austria. How do you put it politely?
Don't fall in the fountain.
No, it wasn't so much falling. It was getting out. How they helped me get out of the fountain is what made me famous, because as they were pulling me out by my hair and my ears, my pants got hooked on the side of the fountain and they came off. So I'm in the middle of Vienna with no pants on, cops throwing me on the ground. And I'm trying to talk to them, and they're trying to talk to me, and their cameras are coming out. And there was a news crew doing a story on this corner about something. They came over and filmed it. And all I could hear was American. I'm like, God, this is great. So, yes, I am famous in Austria. Not proud of that. Kind of embarrassing. But, hey, you know what? We all got to have our thing, and that's my thing. I was filmed naked in Austria as the police beat on me.
Well, that's your claim to fame.
Hey, I'm a pirate. I was in the Navy. I'm just upholding fine traditions set forth.
Did more than me, I would say, in that aspect. I got some stories. I don't think anybody wants to hear them right now, though.
It's a party. Tell us a hammer story. Let's hear a hammer story.
The hammer story. All right. Actually, I was just talking to my brother about this because he was talking about going to a concert.
Okay.
My older brother.
Okay.
And we went to a concert back in 2001. It was New Year's Eve.
Oh, wow.
Now, my older brother, he's an idiot. If you're watching, Frank, you're an idiot. You are. You are. So it is in 2001.
Brotherly love.
Yeah. And I'm like 18 years old, and we go. I think it was a Creed concert. It was at the Spectrum in Philadelphia. So anyway, we go. My sisters go with me and everything else, and they drove, so we all rode in the same car. So there was about 5 of us there, and like I said, he's an idiot. So we're in the crowd, and he wants to push his way to the front of the crowd to get right in front of the band. I mean, but it was packed.
Okay.
So he grabs you by the arm. He's like, "Come on, let's go!" And he's pushing people out of the way. Like, people at concerts don't want to get pushed around.
No.
So he's pushing people out of the way, grabbed me by the arm, and then I don't even know where it came from. Somebody just broke my nose. Like, it just whacked me.
At a Creed concert.
Yeah.
They're getting out of hand at a Creed concert.
Oh, well, because my idiot brother was pushing them out of the way. Like, he was literally, like, bowling through people.
Okay. It was like a mosh pit at a Creed concert.
Yeah, he was, like pushing people out of the way. And I'm the one that gets cracked for it. So then it's not even the ball didn't even drop yet, and they throw us out. And I get we both get thrown out because somebody hit me. I'm like, what are you talking about? Somebody hit me. My nose is broken.
So you were ejected from the Creed concert because you got punched.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right.
So we go outside. We have no way home other than taking the subway and then get on the L to go home back to Fishtown.
You say the L like I would know it.
Yeah, the L, it's an elevated train. You know, they have one.
Remember, I'm a redneck, dude.
Yeah.
I live in the woods and I drink water from streams.
It's a train that's above you.
Oh.
So
It's the work of the devil.
but so yeah, so we have to because my sisters drove. So
Okay. And they didn't get ejected.
no, they weren't. What they stood where they were supposed to stand.
So they were smart enough to stay away from your idiot brother.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And I was dumb enough to go. So then we get on the subway, and then we have to transfer over to the L to get home. So we're on the L, and you know when the train stops, people are standing on there like subway or whatever.
Okay.
You know, back up or whatever you're standing. Well, there's a girl there that's standing up with 5 guys, and we're sitting there, and she backs up, and he puts his hand where he shouldn't have put it, like
I
grabs
know
her
where it's
butt.
going.
Yep, right on her butt. And then the 5 guys, they weren't that happy about it. So next thing you know, I'm the one that's on the ground getting kicked in the head. You know, I didn't, and again, something I didn't even do that he did. And then the only thing I remember is him grab me by my arms and pull me out the doors when the train stopped. And he didn't have a scratch on him. I had concussions, my welts on my head, broken nose.
Jeez.
You know, I'm in the hospital the next day. So after that, he said, "What do you want to do?" I said, "Well, it's
Not hanging around you.
yeah."
So let me ask you a question. You say your brother's an idiot. But he sounds like he's a pretty smart dude.
He's the one that didn't get.
Yeah, he's like setting you up, and he's like, "Hey, look at the chaos I have brought."
Yeah,
I like your brother. I mean, I like your brother. I like that. That's pretty smart.
But yeah, he walked away unscathed. You know, it's not the first time something like this happened with him. Too. I learned my lesson. I tell him when he wants to go somewhere. When he called me the other day, let's go to this concert. I said, nope.
No.
I'm like, I have kids now. I'm sorry. I'm not getting beat up. I'm not winding up in the hospital because of you.
Not taking an ass whooping for you, brother. You can't do it.
Yeah, because he can dodge. He can dodge raindrops. Like I don't know how it's luck.
He's made of Teflon.
Yeah, but he doesn't ever gets touched. It's just me. I don't know. I'm the magnet for his mistakes.
Well, you're the kid brother, right?
Yes,
That's
yeah.
why.
Yeah,
That's
he's 12.
why.
He's 12 years older than me.
Yep, it's your job to catch all the shit. He starts it. And he goes, "Hey, no, there's my kid brother. Give it to him. He'll take it." And how many sisters do you have?
I have 3 sisters.
How is your sister, by the way?
She's doing great.
Awesome.
She's just flew home from Florida. No, actually, she's flying home tomorrow.
Good deal.
So
It's working.
Yes. And I want to thank Steve DiOrio out there for putting me on to Pennies in Action with Dr. Zanicki, which Pennies in Action is a fundraising. They fundraise for this new immunotherapy.
Oh, cool.
For cancer, and that's what it is. So they don't really. They might mix it with chemo, but they try not to. But basically, they take your own immune system, and the way the doctor explained it in the event when he was when he was talking about it, he said we take your own immune system and we blow it up and we put it back in you like a nuclear bomb.
Okay.
They make it so much stronger. There's no cancer.
Well,
It takes over your immune system and they can't fight it. But they hit it so hard.
Fuck cancer.
Yeah, I'm with you there. But she's been fighting for a long time.
Now, is she an older sister or younger sister?
She's older. She's
Older?
5 years old. I don't have all my sisters are older. I have one younger brother. I'm number 5 out of 6.
Wow, that's like a basketball team, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like the Brady Bunch without the maid. So,
Without the maid. Without the maid.
But it was pretty cool, Seth. Man, I couldn't believe it. Well, my sister is the reason why I got involved in politics.
Okay.
Really, when she was diagnosed with breast cancer, it was stage 3 at first, and then she went for a treatment, the double mastectomy, chemo, proton therapy, everything, lost her hair, all that. Then they thought she beat it, and then when So she rung the bell, you know, at
Okay.
they go at the hospital, she beat it, and then she had her next PET scan, and they said it's too late and metastasized to her bone marrow. So it's stage 4 metastatic breast cancer. So that's incurable. That's a death sentence.
Right.
So when that happened, her insurance stopped paying for her PET scans. They said, "Well, she's terminal. We're not paying for it." So the oncologist was saying, "No, she needs them because she's going to be on this medication, certain medication. It only lasts maybe 2 years,
Right.
and then when it moves to her organs, you know, then we'll pour off of that one and get her on something else to prolong her life." And they won't pay for it. So they denied, you know, they appealed it many times. They got denied, and then I went to every news agency I possibly could, and Fox 29 Philadelphia answered.
Oh wow!
And they went and did a whole story on her house, and said that basically she said my insurance company's trying to kill me, you know. And they ran it for a week, and the insurance company turned around and said, "Oh, well, we're going to pay for it now." And that was 7 years ago.
Wow.
And stage 4 metastatic breast cancer, the most average is 4 years we live. That was 7 years ago.
Good for her.
And now I got her in this free this trial. We raised her $25,000 so she could fly down back and forth to Florida because you know it's not approved yet by the FDA, but Trump has the right to try.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
So, but it's working. You know, she went down and she had, it moved to her liver. She had big tumors on her liver. It shrunk them half the size so far.
Wow. Holy shit.
Yeah. So, I mean, this doctor has cured stage 4 metastatic breast cancer, which has never been cured.
No, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. So, I'm proud, man. Listen, she's my hero, man.
Oh, yeah.
I would never be able to go through what she went through, and that's why. And she's the reason why, like I said, I got involved in politics because when I called the news agencies, I was like, "Man, my voice can be heard. Maybe I could do something."
It's a good reason to get involved. Damn.
Yeah. So I got involved with this here as well. You know. So.
And I know people are watching. Goes, why is Seth like fawning over the hammer?
Yeah.
Like you said, this is the first time we've met face to face. We've done podcasts together and talked on the phone, but this is the first time I met Damon here, and the old guy over there. It's the first time I've met face to face.
The Damon.
Yeah, I'm just having fun. I mean, he's a good guy. I always thought he was a good guy. I know he was short. I didn't hold that against him. He's a good guy. I knew Damon was old. So when I first walked in, I helped him stand up and got him his walker, and got him his shawl, and I introduced myself. I kind of scared him, I think, but it's cool to meet these guys. I mean, and that's what all this should be about. Not so much politics, but if you get your community together and get to know people, and you talk with people you don't know and become friends, that's what will change the country. A politician can't do that. A law won't do that. You and your neighbors have a better chance of making it better than any politician in DC will ever be able to do. That's where unity, family, things like that is what affects change, because everything starts at grassroots. Everything. Nothing starts in DC. It starts at your house, and then it builds from there. That's why getting to know people and building those relationships is so important, because it will affect change. And I always go back to Gandhi. He was a little old man in India that beat the British Empire, not with guns or violence, just by getting to know people and talking to them. And then they would talk to other people, and so on and so on. And before you knew it, there were millions of people willing to help him. And that's how it starts with you. That's why I'm saying voting is important. Talking to your neighbors is important. Ignore the media. Don't listen to the talking heads. If you want to know what's really going on, talk to your neighbor. Ask how they're doing. You'll find out more truth in 10 minutes by talking to your neighbor across the fence than you will by listening to news for 3 hours. I promise you. And if nothing else, you've made a friend. You've got a connection in your neighborhood now. If you need something, they can help you, and vice versa. That's why this is so cool to meet Damon in the flesh. It's important to have that relationship with anybody, because it's just good for your health and it's good for the country. It's just important to have that. We've gotten so far away from face to face. Everything is email or Zoom or things like that we've backed off, and like we're losing our humanity because of that. And that's not good.
Yeah, no, and it's awesome.
Seth and I, how we met, and we never met each other, but it was by talking to each other. It was through stuff like this, like podcasts, talking on the phone, and never met in person. But it wasn't through. Well, I guess it was technically through social media in a way because of the podcast. But it wasn't just like like texting or putting posts out on social media. But we actually had a conversation. We talked to each other face to face, and I think he's a good guy. I mean, he's a vet.
I am a good guy.
But then sometimes.
It's like 40, 60.
But it was awesome. And he lives in Maryland. I live in New Jersey. And look at that. And Alexandra lives in Maryland too, and Florida some half the time too. Elena Barbera. She was on earlier. Lives in Florida. Great woman.
Yes.
Never would have known her unless we got and started talking to each other. And I got to meet Alexandra and Elena when we went to CPAC in Virginia, which was awesome. So that's right. If you just have the conversation and talk to people, and not just stick with the online stuff. I mean, that's a problem with younger kids today. Like they lose sense of reality.
Yes.
They go out and touch some grass. You know what I mean? Seriously.
No, I dude, I firmly believe the reason there's so many school shootings is because we've lost touch with each other. We're more in touch with computers and cameras. That's, I think, the problem.
Oh, my beautiful wife Heather wants to come on.
The brains and the looks of the operation right here.
Hey.
Hey to everybody that's listening.
Yes, we got to get the Republicans to win tonight. It's a very important night. Very important night here, especially in Jersey. It's very important.
Yes.
Do we have anything on Jack and Pete and Wilson?
Well, we got some. Yeah.
Yeah. See if we got anything. There's Constance there. See if we got any numbers on them yet.
Yeah. Well, we got Constance here. Constance.
Do we have any numbers yet, Constance? Do you have any numbers yet? No.
It's still kind of early.
You want to come back on for a minute?
Sure.
Yeah. It's like no. No. It's going for you. I got to use the bathroom.
Okay.
So it's my buddy Seth from Conservative Corner.
For a minute. I have a presentation.
What's that?
Stay on for a minute. I have a presentation.
Okay. Here we go. Real quick. Is that a bottle of Dom Perignon or something?
It's growth serum. Oh, you can't hear me. So now I can make fun of you because you're short and you can't hear me.
What?
I'm making fun of you.
I can hear you now.
I can hear you.
Whoever's listening. Hello, I'm Constance, and Damon Galdo has been the biggest supporter of this campaign than anybody, and I mean than anybody. You have been generous in your time. 11 o'clock at night, he answers the phone, and sometimes he's the one to dial the call. So you get a bottle of Tito's to enjoy.
Oh, wow.
And I should have asked Heather what she likes because she's equal winner here because she gave you the space to do this. What does Heather like? She's a bad drinker. That's a good quality in a mother. Good quality in a mother. But honestly, you have been wonderful. So it's a minor thank you. Minor thank you compared to what you've done. Yes, we did. And you did too.
So you're running for, I'm from Maryland, so I'm trying to keep up.
I'm running for Legislative District 5.
Okay.
I think we just went out.
Damon.
We in? Okay.
I think you came unplugged. Might have been it.
I think it's in again.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So I'm running for Legislative District 5.
Okay.
And that would, we're off again. That would be Camden, Pennsauken, Audubon, Haddon Heights, Barrington, all those little bedroom communities.
Okay.
But then it dips down to Gloucester County.
And that's where we're at now, right?
Deptford, well, we're not quite. It includes Deptford, Woodbury and Woodbury Heights.
Okay.
So to be clear, it's a funky district because it has northern Gloucester County, the city of Camden,
Okay.
which is its own animal, and these bedroom communities in Camden County, which object to the high taxes and the school budget cuts.
Okay.
So it's a very gerrymandered district, honestly.
Sounds like it.
It's a very funky district. There's no commonality between the three. The Deptford people, Woodbury, they're all concerned about the GCL, Gloucester County train line, don't want it. It's a different composition of people down there than in Camden, and Camden is even different from the bedroom communities.
Wow. Okay, so here's my question.
Let me turn around. You should look at them and not you.
So here's my question.
Okay.
I'm big on non-politicians. I don't trust somebody who comes out and says, I'm a politician. Right off the bat, you've lost.
You're a politician?
No. So my question is, are you willing to get dirty and fight for what you know is right, even though it may cost you public life, or the news may be against you, or you may catch flack from other politicians? Are you willing to go that 9 yards for what's right, regardless of the crap that'll come at you?
To a degree, I've already done that.
Okay.
I have been testifying in Trenton on behalf of K-12 children and parents. And I'd go up there and I would listen to testimony and I spoke up. Then I went to Newark and I listened to Supreme Court rulings, hours and hours and hours of testimony, made my positions known, and I have lost some friends.
But then they weren't friends to begin with.
Yes, but the point is, these things are important. Yes, I will fight for what is right. It's an interesting, people say to me, I don't trust politicians, and I always step back, because I don't consider myself a politician, yet I'm in a political race.
Right.
So where do you draw the line? What is a politician?
I think a politician is somebody that's in it for the next election.
No, that's
Not worried about right now. I'm worried about the next election cycle.
Yeah.
That's what I'm worried about.
I'll tell you what, Jack Brangan and I are already working on some bills with
Okay.
assembly people, whether we get in or out, we're working on these bills. So we're going to work for the people, whether we're in or out.
Good.
So that stands hold. And the other thing I will do, I'm going to continue being the voice to let people know what's going in the state assembly. Because no one knows. I didn't know. I didn't know until I jumped in the ring that these decisions being made in Trenton, how much they're affecting us. People always look at the federal issues, and they should. But the people that are ruining your day-to-day life are in Trenton.
Yep.
We got to be vocal. And you can't be vocal unless you know what's going on. So I can say some morning on the air, did you know there's a bill right now where they want to reduce the age of a minor from 16 to 14 to receive mental health care? Did you know that?
Yes.
I didn't either. But we don't want that voted on. So we're going to have to write letters. We're going to have to show up and testify. But if we don't know, we're going to get this stuff's going to be shoved down our throats.
So what
That's an example.
made you get involved? There's a lot of crap you got to get involved, deal with when you get
I
involved.
got involved because I couldn't take it anymore. Because once I knew what I knew, I couldn't unknow it.
No, I'm right there with you.
So I threw my hat in the ring. I thought, I know this is crazy, but if not now, when? And I feel if you're going to complain, you got to try to be part of the solution.
I can respect that.
So I jumped in. But I know nothing about you. I know you're interviewing me, and I want to chat all you want because I'm a talker. But where's your background?
I am a Navy veteran. I'm a father. I ran for Board of Education.
We know all about Board of Education.
Yeah, I'm very
Oh my gosh.
conservative, and I got trounced. I think I got 3,000 votes.
Which town, Board of Education?
Frederick, Maryland.
Oh, okay.
That's a little bit.
Yeah.
And just like you, the more I learned, the more I was upset. And I got to a point where I was like, I can't ignore this anymore.
No.
It's not so much about me; it's about kids.
Yes.
And how do I say this and be polite? Just because you have a child doesn't make you a parent. I think being a parent is something special. Children aren't adornments; they're not jewelry. They're not to make you look good. And if you're there thinking your 5-year-old knows what they want to be the rest of their life, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
And someone needs to call you out in public as an idiot. Yeah. And that's what I did, and that's why I lost, but I didn't stop. I kept involved.
So that's why you asked me if I would fight for what I believe in.
We need fighters.
From what you just said, then the answer is yes.
And that's awesome.
I have nothing to lose. I only want the next generation. Our slogan, by the way, was legislation for the next generation.
I like that. Yeah,
And
I
it's so
heard that.
true. Every legislation should be reviewed with how it pertains to this little boy,
Yep, I
how
agree.
it pertains to the student over there, how they are going to have meaningful and affordable lives. We're choking them with money. We're choking them in school with policy and stuff they don't need to learn. They have to learn real well how to do math. So here's something you should know, or will know in a minute. In my district, and this isn't including Camden because they have very low number, only 20% are passing the New Jersey assessment in math. 28%, and yet they're graduating. In Camden City, it's like less than 10%. So they're not learning math, but they're learning how to be activists. That's a course. They're learning climate change. That's a course. Starting in September 2025, they're going to learn about the history of labor unions. All these things are kind of interesting, but they're not. They're just distracting from the basic, what you got to learn to get on in life.
Yeah.
So that's where I am adamant. By the way, I have a deep history in textbook publishing and working with curriculum development. And I published all the basic skills books in Gloucester County, Camden County, and Community College of Philadelphia in the 90s.
I feel dumber now.
No, don't feel dumb. The thing is, this is not a COVID problem. It's been around for a while. They're not learning their basic skills. This goes back to the 90s. Temple University, community colleges, all of them have huge developmental courses because kids aren't learning their basic skills when they get there.
Somewhere, a lot of community colleges.
It's for a fact. That's why I had to publish books. They didn't exist to have college books where they're so basic.
That's sad.
To teach them.
That's very sad.
Yeah.
So here's another question. Why don't they teach cursive anymore? I remember I had to take cursive.
Me too. I agree. You must have gone to Catholic school.
No, I went to public school, but you had to learn how to write.
You did. You did. Now, I'm older than you. I thought that was only my generation. I'm glad to hear that you still had to learn. Yeah. I don't have an answer for that.
That's crazy.
Yeah. If for anything, it teaches focus. And little boys have large motor skills.
Oh, yeah.
They need to learn this.
Oh, yeah. My son just turned 16 today,
Sure.
so I know all about that.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, I had to show him.
So how old are your kids?
My son just turned 16 today.
Oh, wow. Happy birthday. What's his name?
Ryan.
Can I say it on air?
Go ahead.
Happy birthday, Ryan. You got a great dad. I don't know him that well, but I can tell already by the way he cares that they don't get much better.
Well, thank you. They're feeding me drinks, so no. I have a daughter who's 32.
Okay.
She was in the military, the Navy like I was, and she has
Wonderful.
2 grandkids. My grandkids, Jacob, who was autistic, fully autistic, great kid, awesome kid. And then Presley, who's probably going to end up being in charge of a militia somewhere in the Midwest because she's just a hellion. But yeah, I lucked out. I got good kids, and I couldn't have made
you
them any
lucked
better.
out, but you also were able with your wife to have some continuity.
Oh, yes.
So
I can't take all the
great
credit.
kids don't just happen. I take that back. All kids are born great.
Yes, I agree with that.
All
Until
kids
parents
are
get a
born
hold of them.
massively creatively.
Yes.
Much creativity, inquisitive, but you got to give them some backbone, some spine, some conscientious development.
Yes.
And then you can attribute it to the parents.
I think Einstein said it best when he said the best measure of intelligence is imagination.
Oh, wow, I love that.
I completely agree with that. I can find no fault with that.
I will give a quick quip and a shout out to my hometown, which is Dayton, Ohio.
Okay.
The home of the Wright brothers.
Oh, nice.
So the Wright brothers are from Dayton, Ohio. They had a bike shop. They built a plane. My great-grandfather actually went to one of their funerals. So it's a big Dayton pride.
Oh, it should be.
And one of the Wright brothers said, if you want to bring up your children right, give them good parents and a home in Dayton, Ohio. Now, this is turn of the century when Dayton was known for industry, the jet engine, the Wright brothers planes. More industry happening in Dayton, more patents issued than anywhere in the United States in the early 20th century. Yeah. Now, why am I deviating there? Because he made the statement about what you need is a basic city, a basic good environment, and parents. Bring them up in Dayton, Ohio. It could be here. In fact, when I first moved here, which was to Gloucester County,
Okay.
I said, I know why I feel so comfortable here. It's because everybody just likes to argue about who has the best corn and tomatoes. Oh, that farm has the best corn. That farm has the best tomatoes. Like, I'm back in Ohio. My God. We're in Dawson County, New Jersey. We're arguing about corn and tomatoes. But anywhere USA, go to Maryland, right?
Crabs.
So tell me about Frederick.
Frederick has the potential to be a really good city. I think the Republicans and conservatives and parents who care have been bullied into being quiet.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. And that's sad. I can understand why. Nobody wants to be that person. Like, oh, that's that person. They don't like this and that they're racist or they're homophobic or they're transphobic. And nobody wants to be labeled. But there comes a point where you have to say, damn the torpedoes, full steam ahead. And, and take those because you're the shield for your kid.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think boys should be in girls' bathrooms. I don't think boys should be in girls' sports. I don't think boys should have anything to do with girls other than dating.
Not children,
or
not minors.
playing tag and run away
Yeah.
because they've got cooties. That's the interaction. It should be no more than
I want
that.
to say to some of these people who promote this, don't you remember what it was like when you were 9?
No,
when you were 9, you were very self-conscious. Girls were. They're self-conscious that their nail looked funny on their pinky. Extremely self-conscious about their bodies. I'm surprised these women, and I'm beating up on women for the moment, because I wasn't a man, that they don't remember how self-conscious they were. And to subject these girls to these embarrassing situations, especially in sports, I don't buy it. I'm like, don't you remember, or were you never a girl? And I'd like to have, I believe they were. I don't know why they repress that. Everybody feels awkward at 9, 10, 11, 12. Go back to your diary you wrote when you were a kid. Everybody feels stupid and insufficient and insecure when you're that age.
I'm 53, I feel that way still.
Yeah.
I think those parents are more concerned with looking cool at the PTA meetings. Like, look at my son. He thinks he's a girl, and we're going to transition.
Yeah.
That's what they're concerned
I don't
about.
know why they buy into that. There's a tendency to, do what your kid wants. Your child knows best, so they want to be cool and go with what their child wants. But I wonder if that kid's going to come back someday and say, "Why did you let me do that?"
Yeah, they will.
Why did you let me do that?
They will. I think the good rule of thumb with being a parent until they're a little older is if they like you, you've done something wrong.
Oh,
Your
then I've
kid-
done something right because mine did not like me.
Your kid should be constantly angry at you for something. Oh, they won't let me do this or I can't do that. Your job as a parent is not to say yes, it's to say no.
That's right.
That's the job. Nobody does that anymore.
And why have we departed from that? There was a time when the PTA, get involved in the PTA with schools. Now it's like, parents, stay away.
See, I was raised by a police
Peculiar
officer.
time. Oh, wow.
I heard no a lot, and you got to the point where you're like, you know what, just enjoy it. You didn't argue. You're like, yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Right.
And I thank him.
Right.
If he hadn't done that, I don't know what I'd have been then. I could have been on the street doing stupid stuff.
Here's the other thing. In your community growing up, you could go down the street to your friend John's house, and you would get in trouble for the same things you would get in trouble at your own house. And she'd say, I'm going to tell your mom.
Or they
I'm
would
gonna
just
tell your
punish you
mom.
themselves.
Right. Nowadays, it's not like that. You'll get a completely different point of view down the street. And it's not necessarily one you'd agree with.
No.
But as a kid, when we were growing up, the whole town, like, you would be scared if you did something because you'd be waiting for your mom to find out.
Oh, yeah.
I remember my brother said, oh my God, I was almost glad when I finally got the punishment for doing X because it was tearing me apart. Just know when Dad would find out.
The anticipation is killing me.
Just it's killing me when he was going to know.
Back when I was growing up, I used to get spanked.
Yeah.
When I stepped out of line, it wasn't like, oh, go stand in the corner and we'll talk about it later. It was like, go to your room, I'll be there in a second. And then 10 minutes later, Indiana Jones would come in the room and catch me. And I think that helped more than being sent to a corner. Because then I would just be in the corner thinking, how can I do this again and not get caught? How can I get away with it now? But when they spank me, I'm like, dude, I ain't doing this again. Because if there's even a 2% chance I'm going to get caught, I don't want to go through this again. I am done. I mean, I'd make new mistakes, but never the same mistake.
I will say this, just because you brought it up. There are people who would spank too much or too hard.
No, yeah, there's a fine line.
And that's why they kind of like, don't do this. But then again, we're going to the great majority of parents would not harm their children that way. And this is what's wrong with all the rules. They assume the worst in every parent. everything out there. They assume that, here's another one. A child calls a suicide hotline. Now in New Jersey, they're not obligated to call you and let you know that your child has called a suicide hotline.
What?
If the child says, don't tell my mom, they won't. They always assume the worst of the parent. This is a recent thing. When I talk about chipping away at parents' rights, it's these little things, one by one, whether it's reducing the age from 16 to 14 for mental health care, whether it's a suicide hotline, that they're not going to tell you that your daughter just called. They don't call you back.
Well, suppose she kills herself.
It's on them, but that's not the way that the state views it. I know. Thank you. The parent should never, ever, ever, ever be out of conversations. Ever. Ever.
That's ridiculous.
The assumption, and the thing is, New Jersey has so many things in place, maybe Maryland too, in school, for bullying. They have DIFUS to call if a parent, if they sense a child is being abused by a parent. There's so many things in place, but why are they going further to harm the good parents? They want to parent your child.
That's ridiculous.
They want to parent your child.
So if my son is 14 calls and says, look, I want to kill myself, don't tell my parents, okay, we won't. And then he kills himself.
Yeah.
Nobody's responsible for that?
I know. I agree.
Yeah, no, that's not right at all. On any level, that is not right.
I know.
Wow.
The parent is not given the right amount of esteem. Yes, you're always going to have some parents that aren't as good, but you should always assume basically the parent loves their child beyond anything and is going to do right by them. We're human beings, we make mistakes. But the kind of assumptions nowadays is that you don't know what you're doing, Seth. Let me do it. I'm the state.
It's the same way in Maryland.
Hey, guess what we're getting ready for in New Jersey? The New Jersey Teachers Union is going to meet in Atlantic City in another week. Have you heard about this?
No.
Okay. New Jersey Teachers Union is going to meet the teachers. They have on the agenda about drag queens, the history and prominence and importance and artistic input of drag queens. And last year, the drag queens did all the performance and entertainment. Now, part of me wants to say, being completely as liberal as I'm able to get, is if you want to be entertained, okay, that's one thing. But why does this need to be on an agenda for teachers union? Do you know what my suspicion is? It's going to be a course in school soon. They're going to add it to the agenda. You have to learn about the contribution of drag culture. Why this is important for K-12 teachers? I love our teachers, but they are being bound to a curriculum that some of them don't agree with. And certainly a lot of the parents don't. Drag queen, history, culture, value to the world at the New Jersey. And this is another thing, 2 full days off. Your kids get 2 full days off at school that they tack on in June. No other state does this. No convention in the middle of the year, and then you add on for them to go to school longer. Your children need to learn, Seth, about drag queen culture. What's wrong with you?
I guess I'm old-fashioned.
Yeah, right.
If you're an adult and you want to go to a drag show, I'm all for it. That's adult entertainment.
Yes.
That's great.
Yeah.
I have no problem with that. When
Yeah.
you start trying to put kids involved in it, that's no place for kids. I assume that parents that let their kids go to drag shows also read their kids penthouse letters at night to go to bed to.
Yeah.
Because it's almost, you got a man half naked dancing in front of him. Why not read a pornographic letter to little Johnny before he goes to sleep? Like, hey, Johnny, let me tell you about the flight attendant I met on the flight to Tokyo.
So why is this on a teachers union agenda? What is the ulterior motive?
I think you're right. It's going to be a lesson.
There is no fight. It's going to be in the curriculum soon enough. Mark my words. Unless Jack Turturella gets in, he will not. He's going to change his Department of Education. I beg him to give me some input for that because I have deep publishing career and a knowledge of basic skills. Yeah, because I'm on the team. And I have real specific ideas on curriculum. Like a big fat history course, introducing all the various peoples when their point in history comes. Native American, Black American, Asian Americans after World War II, rather than all these separate courses for everybody. Just bring them in because they're all Americans.
Right.
Make them feel that they belong, rather than all these separate courses that is actually more divisive. And there's no time in the school day. There's no more room for separate coursework.
I like it.
So that's one idea. The other thing is basic skills. You got to have math in the morning or review in the afternoon. Might have to have it twice a day. Oh, well, we might have to eliminate climate change and social emotional learning. Social emotional learning is a hot topic. I think it has some value, but it is steering our kids away from achievement.
Yeah.
They need to feel pride in achievement.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with competition. I think competition is healthy.
It is. You know why? It's also the real world.
Yeah.
In the workplace. It's like, Seth, how do you feel today? How do you feel if we give Constance this promotion? How do you feel about that? No. If I get it, it's because I earned it over you.
Exactly. That's how it should be.
It's because I worked hard. So kids in school need to learn, work harder, feel pride, do what you need to do to get ahead, and maybe it'll come and maybe it won't. You got to work at it. There are no gimmies.
I've told my son, I said, you're 16, you're going to start working. I said, if you just put in 30% of your ability, that'll put you 20% above everybody else in the workforce.
Yeah.
You will be in charge inside a month. I said, if you put 100% in, you're going to be CEO somewhere before you're 30 because nobody's willing to do that anymore.
Yeah.
I said, if you hustle and do your job, you do the bare minimum, and you do that well, you'll be in a position of leadership.
So as a 16-year-old, not putting him on the spot, what are his interests at this point? Probably doesn't know. He's 16.
All over the place.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think there's any one thing right now except the Navy. He is dead set on going to the Navy and being a Seabee.
Wow.
That's planned out.
I have a very early college experience dating a guy from Indianapolis who was a plebe. It was a big deal coming out from Ohio, taking the drive on the turnpike, and going to the Valentine's Day dance.
Oh, yeah, that's a big deal.
And the plebes, they run in the hall. They don't walk. Did you know that? I don't know if it's still the case. A plebe is not allowed to walk in the hallway. He always has to run. They have certain requirements.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. They're always on them. Oh, we're not allowed to walk. We have to run. Like, get there as fast as we can. I don't know if that's still the case. Ask Mikey Sherrill. She might know some rules about the Naval Academy.
I don't think she knows she cheated.
Based on what we're hearing, I don't think she was a rule abider.
No. I think she's an embarrassment to the Academy.
Yeah, I think so.
And that's been around for a long time.
And it's not like, and I'm going to say, Jack Ciarelli didn't have to make this up. The facts are there.
No, yeah.
She has made stuff up about him.
Oh, yeah, I saw that debate.
He has said things about her, that he didn't have to make up.
Yeah.
He took the truth and made it available.
Facts are the best because no matter if you believe them or not, they stay facts. They don't change.
Right.
I think I can't see the numbers from here.
I know. I can't read them either. I don't know where we are. But I'm getting madly curious about what's going on.
What are the numbers?
What's up, Damon? Let us know. We can't read.
We're old. There we go. So it looks like that's 5th District Assembly.
Yeah, they're still way above me. You know, the composition of my district isn't, as far as numbers go, isn't too different. The Democrats, let me put it this way, affiliated and Republicans equal the amount of Democrats. So we have a very big challenge. And of the affiliated and Republicans, the Republicans are about a third of the unaffiliated. So we have had an uphill challenge all the way.
Sounds like it.
People are more on our side than we are. They're afraid to put out yard signs. They're afraid to say anything in the workplace. So this is why this race is interesting. We might see people coming out.
You could have a lot of
and making clear, coming out of the closet. They're very afraid to state their affiliation.
Well, I hope that works. I mean,
yeah, me too.
That's getting close.
I can't read it. What do we got?
Jack's on top and Nikki's on bottom.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yeah, it's getting close.
He's got to take this. I don't know if I can stick around in New Jersey if he doesn't.
Yeah, that will make things unpleasant.
Yeah.
If he doesn't win.
So you're up here from Frederick, Maryland tonight.
Yeah,
how are you connected with these Jersey boys? It's because they dance so well.
You should see him when he puts on his tutu and tiara. Damon he's phenomenal. It's like Baryshnikov. It's insane.
I know Baryshnikov. I took ballet 40 years.
It's like brings tears to your eyes.
Oh my God.
No, I'm on the America's Pulse Network with both of them.
Okay. Well, we like having this network that gives us some options to fake news.
Yeah.
And we have regular people like you and me. I think we're pretty regular.
Yes, we are.
Giving real opinions.
So I have no problem giving my opinion.
I didn't notice that. I didn't figure that out.
I keep Damon very busy on my show. He's constantly like, oh, I can see him like holding his face. Like, oh my God, he's just got like that, just like that.
You know, we were supposed to be, to see Channel 10 tonight. I guess they didn't come.
They probably got called up by a Democrat and had to go over there because their feelings were hurt.
It's pretty important.
There's the Hammer. Damon the Hammer.
We're having a great conversation, Damon. We're going to jump in? So nobody can hear this band music, huh?
I think they might be able to hear it a little bit.
It's pretty loud.
I don't know what I know this song, but for some reason the title escapes me. It's Billy Joel. I can't remember the name of the song. Just Hey Damon, what's the name of the song? I can't remember.
So what do you got to say for yourself?
I got to say that I said it earlier before. You guys work harder than any other candidates I've ever seen. You know, LD.
Flattering me, or is that true?
No, I'm serious. You guys have. It was amazing.
Once you're on the ballot, you're in it to win it. You know, put me up there, I'm going to do my best. I don't want to go down with knowing I can do my absolute darndest.
Yeah, no, you're right. What's up, buddy? Yeah, come on. You want to say hello real quick? What? Yeah, you want to say hello real quick? Come here. Come all the way around. But
you want one of these?
Come all the way around here, buddy.
I want something different.
It is. It's very good.
What is it?
It is Tito's, splash of water, and then like Mio squeeze.
Drink wine. I don't want to mix
1, 2, 3, 4. All right, say hello.
Hi.
What do you want to say?
Who's your partner?
Oh, there's Dilsa. All right.
Vote for my Uncle Pete.
Yeah, that's right. Vote for Uncle Pete. But like I said, guys, it's a party, so we're all over the place here. Everyone wants to jump in, jump out. We have Constance running mate, Dilsa Gonzalez, just came in. So she's going to jump on. Everybody's bringing, we got wine and different types of drinks coming in here. No, dude, no, buddy. So, all right, buddy. Just, I know you're getting ready to go, so say goodbye to everybody.
Bye.
Bye. All right, buddy. All right. All right, everybody. So, here's my aunt just popped over here too. So again, you're watching Jersey Shore Podcast live here at Sketters Pub, part of the Great America's Pulse Network. We have Constance Ditchell here, and her running mate just showed up all late, Nielsen Gonzalez.
Hey, better late than never, huh? So are you guys feeling hopeful? Are you feeling hopeful?
I'm hoping. I'm hoping.
I'm hoping too.
And, Nielsen, a friend over there wants to know if you want something to drink.
I'll take a Coke Zero.
All right, Joe. Coke Zero. I don't think you hear us, but the band's pretty loud right now. So how are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling hopeful. I'm feeling hopeful. Yeah, I'm ready for it to be over though.
Well, I'm looking at.
We are ready for it to be over.
Yes.
We need to get our lives back.
Yes.
Yeah, one thing is, I'm looking at the numbers now. They're not looking that good. But a lot of the mail-in ballots went in by Democrats, so they got counted first. And even Citarelli as well, looking like he's behind as well. But I was telling Constance, I've seen you guys work harder than any other candidates other than Jack and Pete than I've ever seen. You guys deserve a lot of credit for it. You really do.
I think the people deserve candidates that work that hard, you know? And so, seriously, and so it was our honor to be able to work and let the people know who was running and what we stood for. Yeah.
So you guys were on my show last week, and I called you guys Mama Bears.
Yes.
So you guys want to talk about that?
Yeah, it was interesting. Thank you so much for having us.
Yes, he called us mama bears. I guess that's a good term. I had to think about that a bit when I saw you calling us mama bears, because my first thought was that almost seems like we're on top of our kids and we're overprotective. But in today's society, you almost have to do that. You don't have to be overprotective, but you got to watch them more than you used to be able to, because the culture is not on your side, right?
Yeah.
Culture's not on your side, so you have to
listen. And I think we understood too going in that we were the underdogs in this in our district.
What?
I don't know what you.
I don't know what he was saying. Go on. We didn't know what we were getting into.
No, well, we didn't. It was our first.
We did.
Yeah, but I think we knew going in we would be the underdogs, and we were up for the challenge.
Yes,
we were up for the challenge, and the challenge it was.
Yeah.
It was like challenge accepted.
Yeah. I think we have been and will continue to be bringing certain issues to attention. People don't know some of these issues, so it's up to people like you and me to bring them out in the open.
Yeah,
we'll continue to do that.
I think we'll definitely continue to be a voice, win, lose, or draw.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I would say one thing. Like I said, you guys work hard. I call you Mama Bears because you're people that care. You know, regular people that stepped up and did this. If you guys don't win this election, I know it's an uphill battle. We're a very blue state. But if you guys don't win this election, then people need to really open their eyes to what's going on in New Jersey. Because if we get Mikey Sherrill as the governor, and we get all Democratic assembly people in as well, we're already hurting already. I mean, I tell people all the time, I work my butt off. You know, I work construction, I do this, I work side work, just try to make ends meet. You know, but our electric bills are through the roof. Just to pay my mortgages. I mean, the food. When my wife goes food shopping, I cringe at the bill.
Yeah.
And that's all because of Democrat policy. So I'm hoping that people are fed up enough. I thought they were. I mean, I hear people complain about it all the time. People that come on the show, people that call into the radio show, people I work with, the rank and file men and women I work with in the union. Even though the union tells us to vote Democrat all the time, they're voting Republican. But I'm just hoping that the mail-in ballots were counted first, and that's why you're seeing the numbers where they are, and the rest of them are coming in. That same thing with Chiarelli, with you guys, with Jack and Pete. So
we don't have any official numbers right now for us, do we?
What you're seeing, that is a very tiny screen. So you're saying, let's talk about Chiarelli and Sherrill for a minute. You're saying that's still the Dems did have us all over us on the mail-ins. They got them in sooner. they were like 60% ahead.
Yes, they were.
So you're saying that this still doesn't include all the balloting that happened today? Is that what you're suggesting?
Not everything is in yet at all. So, our producer doesn't have headphones on right now, so he can't hear us to blow up the screen. But I'll try to get his attention. Hello. But right now, I mean, how many registered voters are in your district? Roughly. Well,
My mind is fried. I can't tell you.
LD6 has somewhere around 170,000.
They're all approximately the same. I think we're at 150. If they're at 170, we're at 150.
So you're looking right now. You guys, you're 16,000 to 4,000 roughly, but that's mostly mail-in ballots, so it should catch up. I hope it does. But then a lot more came in for LD6. You're looking at Greenwald and Kane against Bragg and Sykes, 33,000 to 11,000 roughly. So, and that's
LD6 is substantially higher with all votes.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I guess they still have to figure out what happened at Camden.
Yeah, but you go to LD4.
That was Amanda and Jerry Drew.
Yeah, and they have a lot more voters than 23,000 people. So that's roughly what the votes came in so far. So they're Esposito and McManus are down too, Republican. Same thing. In Camden County, you have Jack down 67,000, 25,000 Camden County so far. But that's all of Camden County, so not all the votes came in yet. Most of them are balanced ballots. So it's 9:14. We'll probably see a lot more updates within the next hour, and you'll see the numbers change. So hopefully the Republicans have voted today, because Republicans like to vote on Election Day. Hopefully you'll see a jump in the numbers.
I went Chitterelli in the worst way. If he doesn't get Camden County, we need him in the worst way.
There we go. So yes, we do. I personally cannot afford 4 years of Mike Sherrill. Oh, is it off?
Hello? There we are. Am I here? Yeah.
Yep.
No. You can't literally, with your pocketbook in this state, afford Mikey Sherrill for 4 years. You know, it really got me that she jumped up and down with all these ads about freezing rate hikes. That's such BS. But let's assume she can do it. She's going to keep the same policies in place that got us there. There's nothing she has said that she'll change on her policy. Nothing.
No.
I've looked at her stuff.
Zero.
So if she doesn't change the policy, it's still going to be there, which means it's going to come out of your pocketbook somewhere else.
No, it absolutely will. It's just unbelievable. When I talk to people that voted Democrat, they'll vote blue no matter who. And I'm like, well, aren't you upset about the amount of money that they spent on the wind farms and didn't?
What do they say to that?
Yeah, and they're like, well, they don't know about it.
They don't know.
They don't know.
I'm going to tell you my mission. Win or lose. I have found, because I myself was one that didn't really understand all the things going on in Trenton and the policies. I'm going to be your state correspondent. I'm going to keep on top of legislation going on in there, bills that are coming up. You know, they have White House correspondents. I'm going to be your state Trenton correspondent so that I can report in, folks, this is what's going on. There's a bill coming down. It's going to reduce the age of a minor from 16 to 14 for behavioral health care. What do you think about that? You're going to write your senator, you're going to write your congressman, tell me you don't want it? We don't hear this right now. We're missing communication on what's going on in the state. I'm going to be that person for you.
Yeah, and that's why I always tell you why I do the radio show and the podcast.
Yeah.
Because people aren't informed. And then
It's not their fault. No one's telling them.
Yeah, exactly.
And you got to stay on top of legislation. That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'll keep everybody informed.
We definitely need something like that because people really don't know. And I'll tell you right now, what the Democrats do all the time is they try to pass legislation to give away stuff for free, like right before an election. and they promise you, just like remember Joe
Oh,
Biden.
they suddenly paved a road nearby.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, like Joe Biden, I'm going to relieve your student loan debts right
Yeah.
before the election.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to listen to everybody to hear this. Should have done this early in the campaign. Last night, 2 nights ago, Nelson and I drove into Camden with a decorated truck with our billboard and signs all over it, throwing out candy because it was the night that Cheryl was appearing. We drove through street after street after street in Camden. It's really sad to see. Boarded up places, trash everywhere. And I'm just driving down the street. I thought we should have gotten footage of this sooner. They make pretty the waterfront. Oh, it's so wonderful. Oh, we're doing so great with the Parks Commission. What about where people are living? This is where people are living. Why, after 20 years in power, have they not made the appropriate improvement?
No.
Why are they still living like that? I was honestly shocked. I mean, I know there are streets like that, but I'm telling you, Damon, it was mile after mile. We just kept going. And then we get down to the pretty height end, nice by the waterfront, all handsome and pretty. And by the way, not a line to see Mikey Cheryl at even 5 minutes before it started. It was not a big crowd. And I'm thinking, what have they done for Camden all these years? They're throwing money at it. There's money going in there. There's no question. Where's it going?
Well, I would say they passed a lot of legislation for Camden, trying to build it up. They've been trying to build up Camden City for at least
years,
at least 50 years.
Yeah.
I know of.
Yeah.
And there's been a lot of corruption there, but it's been under Democratic rule since I've been born. I'm 44 years old. You know, when you look at all the Democrat-run cities, they're all they're dumpster fires.
Yeah.
You know, nobody wants to live in. The crime's so high. You have abandoned buildings everywhere. People don't have jobs. But then what the Democrats do is they promise you, we're going to give you this for free. And then you wonder why we went from the year 2000, we were $5 trillion in debt. $5 trillion. So that's since our country started. Then we went from the 39 trillion from 2000 to now. So in 25 years, we went up that much. Why do you think that? Because the Democrat socialist rule that they want to give everything away for free. Then it started with.
But the money gets waylaid into developers, and they're taking their share along the way.
Yeah.
So when it winds up, what's really left for the people, it's quite minuscule.
Yeah.
Something isn't right. Some of it's bold-faced budget lines that I would pull off the budget, but other of it is where is this money going?
I would say if you look at the people that get into Congress, and I would say like Donald Norcross, and he passed legislation where it was like 100. I forget what it was. It was a couple of years ago. It was on my platform when I ran. It was like $181 million. And all of it was funneled through his brother's firm, law firm. All of it went through there. Nothing really happened with it. And I'm not accusing them of anything. All I know is they were indicted. You know, they beat it. You know, but that's what happens. I mean, look at AOC. How does AOC, when she gets into Congress, she's worth nothing really. You know, it's worth about I'm worth,
Mhm.
and now she's worth like $20 million. How does that happen? So that's where the money goes.
I don't know. I certainly didn't get the get rich in this scheme. Oh, there's our Major Keith Wothker nearby.
You want to come on?
Want to come on the air? He's always got a lot to say. Come take a mic. Take a headphone. We love the top hat. So I'll just give him a quick introduction. Major Walker has got quite an illustrious history behind him. He's a longtime resident of Camden. What did I read? You've got a political science degree from Rutgers and then 2 subsequent master's degrees. He's nobody's fool, but they would try to make him that in Camden if they can get away with it.
Well, welcome to the Jersey Shore podcast. Thank you for joining. And we were just talking about Camden City. So,
thank you for having me.
So I'm gonna. You want to go? I'll take it. I mean, you want to take a break?
This is a good time for you to interview him because you don't know him as well.
Okay, great. Awesome.
Go ahead and fire, buddy.
One sec. Well, knock the table down. Little uneven tables here, guys. So we're still waiting for more election results to come in. Our producers putting them up there right now. So I've been hearing rumors that they're already calling it for Mikey Sherrill, but I haven't seen any solid results yet. But again, you're watching Jersey Shore Podcast, part of the Great America's Pulse Network. I'm Damon Galdo, your host, and now we have who we have here. Introduce yourself to the listeners.
Major Keith Walker. I'm the chairman of the Camden Municipal GOP.
Okay. All right. I saw you at Constance at their fundraiser.
That's correct.
Yeah, you gave a great speech.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you.
It's nice. So what brings you here tonight?
Well, hopefully we'll have a victory celebration. But I've told everyone, no matter what, we still have a victory because we've inspired a lot of people. We fielded some fabulous candidates. Especially in Camden County, Camden City, it's quite a mountain that we have to climb. Quite a few obstacles that we have to overcome. There's still a lot of shaky business in Camden. It's a machine-run city. The economics for the residents are not very good. And for whatever reason, the people continue to vote for the people who have put them in those dire economic situations. So, there has to be. We have to be able to change the mindset, give the people some more mental food that they can digest, so they can actually see how they arrived at the place where they are. And it is not an enviable position by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, how do you think you get people to change their mind the way they vote? Because when I talk to people that are lifelong Democrats, I used to be one back in the day. But when I talk to people that are lifelong Democrats that vote blue no matter who, and I ask them questions, and then we start talking if they will talk to you. But then you start to agree on stuff. Like, you're more Republican than you know. You're just, you have that mindset that you have to vote blue no matter who. Like, you don't realize it. We have the same views. You want good things for kids in school. You want to teach them the right things. You don't want the LGBT stuff taught in schools. You don't want the transgender taught in schools. When they get older, whatever, they can make their own decisions. But you don't. You want lower taxes. You want safer streets. It's like we're on the same page, but.
Well, a large part of our problem is our educational system or miseducation system. We have gone from educating to indoctrinating. And I explained the difference in this. When we educate, we encourage people to ask questions, to challenge authority. When we indoctrinate, you don't challenge authority. You don't ask questions, you do as you're told. And what we have is an indoctrination system, not an education system. And people are used to doing as they're told because, when you're indoctrinated, it's kind of easy because your brain can be lazy. Yeah. You don't have to think because your boss or your master, your political master, tells you what to do, and you do it. If you don't do it, then you pay the price.
No, you're absolutely right. And that's why, like I was telling Constance, that's why I do my radio show and the podcast. I'm in construction. I'm a regular guy, and I ran for Congress twice. And it was 2022 was the first time, and the reason why I did was a buddy of mine challenged me to run. I follow politics. I have 2 young kids, 2 little ones right over there, and that's my wife over there. And I just wanted a better future for them. And my buddy tells me, he makes websites for a living. He said, I'll make you a website if you run for Congress. And I said, what are you out of your mind? I'm a carpenter. I built commercial buildings. I'm a superintendent. So I dismissed him. I said, there's no way I'm going to run for Congress. You're out of your mind. The next day, I run into this guy doing a job in Princeton. He's running for Congress up there. And he's collecting signatures. I said, buddy, I can't sign. I can't vote for you. I don't live in your district, but we had a great conversation. So he said, why don't you run for Congress? You seem pretty passionate. So I'm driving home on 295. I'm like, damn, that's 2 people 2 days in a row. You got me to run. I came home, I told my wife, I said, I'm running for Congress. Sometimes I say what she says, but I don't think I'll say it tonight. So, but then, how are you going to do it? I said, I don't know, but I'll figure it out. I did. Not a good run at it. But it's regular people that stand up that need to be informed, and that's how I got into this. I got into this. It got me into radio, got me into this podcast, because I was invited on radio shows and podcasts, and I realized that your voice can actually make a difference. You get the message out to people, because I hate mainstream media. They lie about everything. So I love the fact that regular people go on there and take time out of their lives to get the message out. It's important to me.
Well, when I first ran for office, I ran for mayor of Camden, and it was amazing to me that a military officer, I was running against, at the time I was running against a man who had been the superintendent of schools, and he was, I think he was in his 70s. And I said, well, the first thing that this demonstrates is that this man was the superintendent of schools, and he's in his 70s, and he's running for mayor of Camden. And that tells you that he has no confidence in the product that his school district was putting out. And but I was vilified by the mainstream media, principally the Courier Post and the Philadelphia Inquirer. 4 years later, the same city elected an individual who had been in the Marine Corps, also did not have a very storied military career.
Damon, we got an ad playing right now. Nope. Hey guys, hey, listen, everybody, we're going to take a quick 3-minute break.
The Conservative Corner Podcast. Hoist the standard. Stand fast and sail with Captain Seth Eisenberg every Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Yo, all hands, hoist the colors high, heave ho, thieves and beggars, never shall we die. Now some have died and some are alive, and others sail on the sea with the keys to the cage and the devil to pay. We lay to fiddler's grave. All together, hoist the colors high. Heave ho, thieves and beggars, never shall we
Welcome to America's Pulse Network. This is APN's very own White House correspondent Alexandra Levine.
This is so amazing and miraculous. We've never had a president in the history of our nation doing this, and we hope to God that he continues doing this forever and ever. Thank you. God bless you, everybody, and God bless President Trump.
And God bless you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. This is Ellie David Levine with the America's Pulse Network. I am the White House correspondent right here in the heart of D.C. as President Trump is celebrating 250 years of America and the military.
Subscribe and follow America's Pulse Network on the above social medias.
This brother is absolutely right. He nails it.
There's a reason why American citizens should pledge our allegiance to the flag that represents our nation. One nation under God. You know why the borders should not be open? I ain't running for nothing. I ain't looking for nobody's votes. I'm not in anybody's party. I don't need it. I'm free. I work for Jesus. The reason the borders need to be closed is because when you come into a sovereign nation and you don't pledge your allegiance, it's treasonous. When borders are open for anybody just to walk in and they are not required to pledge their allegiance and to give a commitment to one nation. So the first problem when they don't pledge their allegiance and they come across the border, they bring their own nation with them. So instead of America being one nation, we become 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 different nations. And you're sowing division and discord into this nation because the people have never made a pledge to understand that even though we come from every nation, when we're here, we're one nation.
When you're right, you're right. And that just made sense.
Okay, now you're stuck with me again. Damon's taking a break, so good for him. He needs one. And I didn't get your name. I'm sorry, sir.
Major Walker, Keith Walker.
Major Walker was a crayon eater, and I can call him that because I was in the Navy. He was in the Marines, so I can make fun of him just like he can make fun of me. If you weren't in the military, just say thank you and
keep it
carry
moving.
on. So we were talking about he was on a ship. He was obviously an officer. I was enlisted, so I would have been saluting him at any other given time in uniform. And I think one of the important things that people should know is no matter what branch you were in, I don't think nowadays, maybe I'm wrong, correct me, I don't think nowadays it carries as much respect as it did back in the day. I think people look at it now and go, oh, unless there's a war going on, big deal, you're in the military.
Right.
And I think that's wrong.
Well, actually, as I move about, a lot of people really, really appreciate, a lot of Americans really appreciate our military. They appreciate our first responders. I think that, again, because our school system does not educate, it indoctrinates. So a lot of people are left with these huge voids, and they don't know. There's a lot of things they don't know, and so they don't appreciate what it is to be an American. And I tell people, people like you and I, the veterans, we man the walls.
Yes.
And so, and you have a lot of people who they bask in the security that's provided by the people who man the walls, and they're padding their wallets and all of that stuff. And when we come out of the military, some of those same people expect us to bow down to them.
Yes.
And I for one, I'm not one of those people. So, and I'll tell you, and these are the same people, I remember for Operation Iraqi Freedom,
okay,
which was questionable action.
Yes.
The Hollywood elite and all them, they were cheering, let's go to war. Yeah, go, send them off to fight. Send them off to fight. And I still remember this guy. I'm not a fan of this guy, but Michael Moore.
Okay.
When he was getting his Oscar, Hollywood booed him.
Yes, they did. That's right.
They booed this guy.
They did.
And I remember John Corzine and all these people cheering. They're happy. Hardcore Democrats. They're happy. But if you look at the military, especially in the combat arms, most of the people are Republican.
True.
They're Republican.
That's true. Yeah.
The Republicans generally fight the wars for, to maintain America's. To maintain this American republic, that's founded on democratic principles.
Yes.
And then the other people benefit from the sacrifices that these people make.
And I think kind of in line with what you're saying, people don't understand the sacrifice that's required and given freely by anybody who's been in, me, you, anybody else, history or in the future. It's a blank check that we sign that has no expiration date. That oath we took doesn't say until January 2028.
It does
forever.
not expire.
Exactly.
When I was awarded my officer's commission, and I tell people it's an act of Congress, and until the day I die, I will be Major Walker.
Yeah, you've earned it.
Okay, and I'm proud of that, and I live by my oath. And so, when I have run for office, I run for office. I work for the people.
Yes.
I'm not working to pay my. I didn't go in the military to get rich. I wouldn't go into politics to get rich. And I'll tell you, is it Mikey Sherrill or Mickey Sherrill, whichever one it is. I keep saying Mickey. But this chick, this woman, my apologies. She goes into Congress, and there's a $7 million investment deal that she gets involved in, and this woman, pads her pockets, and and that is, it's tragic that she would even do that. But then, as I look back, I have a lot of my running mates. They were Naval Academy grads, and I have yet to speak to them on the cheating scandal. But we had spoken about it loosely. But most of them, they were out of the academy,
right?
And we haven't had a chance since Mikey has decided to run for governor of New Jersey. But I'm sure they would have the same opinion I have. We as officers, we have this level of integrity.
Yes.
And you want to believe, as an officer, you want to believe what she says because she's an officer. But then, when you look back, there's a thing in the academies and in the military. It's called quibbling. That's where you tell enough of the truth to mislead the listener.
We call that a C story.
Okay. Yes. And so what happened apparently what happened at Annapolis was quibbling. And that's you weren't cheating, but you were quibbling. So you don't march and graduate with your class. We'll mail you your.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, we'll mail you your degree, and that's. But once they get into politics, especially on the Democrat side of the House, none of that means anything. I mean, you can to be a Democrat candidate, you can swim through a sewer, come out, smelling horrible. And they'll tell everybody that's ambergris, that's perfume. Don't worry about
She's
that.
a rose. She's a rose.
Yeah, exactly.
And as an enlisted guy, when we look at officers, you're the leader. We need to know beyond a shadow of a doubt we can trust you.
That's right.
If you say this, we believe you. Do it. Don't question it. And when someone like that comes out and you find out they're lying or quibbling, you're like, wow, that's kind of throws everything askew because now you're like, well, I don't know if I can trust him.
That's right.
But like you said, civilians and other Democrats don't see it that way. They don't understand that really tarnishes her.
That's right.
And it should. I mean, even if just being in college in general, if you're lying about something, that's bad enough. But now you're in the Naval Academy. You're an officer. You'll be leading people potentially to die.
That's correct.
And now you can't be trusted because
That's right.
you can't even do something simple in school.
Exactly.
That's a big thing.
That's a big thing.
Very big. And people don't. And again, it goes back to education. People don't understand the power an officer in the military holds.
Correct.
They're a god for the enlisted guys.
Correct.
You say it, we do it, no question.
That's it.
We trust you implicitly.
That's right.
Now you can't.
And I, as a young lieutenant, and as an officer in the Marine Corps, I always told people, I said, I treat my Marines, all of them, with respect. Okay, and because respect is something that you earn, you carry yourself.
Yes.
Your deportment will earn you respect. Okay, but my Marines knew that I would ensure that no matter what happened, that they would come home.
Good.
And I knew that no matter what happened, they would make sure I came home.
Yes.
My family would not wonder. Their families would not wonder. And that meant a hell of a lot
it does.
to the troops and to myself.
Oh, yeah. Again, and I'm not making fun of anybody who's never served, so please don't take this as me bashing you. When you join the military, you have to assume a little bit of knowledge that you potentially will not come home.
Correct.
If there's an action going on, or there's a war, or something going on, and you're going to be there, you have to assume I am not going to make it home. And like the major just said, it's comforting, for lack of a better word, to know that I will make it home.
Correct.
No matter what happens, my mom and dad, my wife, my son, my daughter, they can say goodbye to me.
That's right.
Not to a picture. And that makes the difference. And again, I'm not bashing civilians. I'm not. It's just, unless you've been there, it's hard to explain what that means.
And it means a heck of
Yes,
a lot.
it's
and there's a sense of patriotism.
Yes.
You know, and most Americans have it. You know, I have a flag hanging outside my door, our national ensign. And when it gets wrapped around the pole, I unfurl it and I give it a salute because that flag means a lot to me.
Yeah.
You know, that's our national ensign. That is, that's
us.
That's what it's about.
Yes.
You know, and we had we had this spat where these characters were kneeling during the national anthem. And I was appalled.
Yeah. I stopped watching the NFL. I'm done.
They lost them. Yeah, and the only reason I watch them now is because of the Eagles. That's it.
Oh no, not the Eagles.
Oh yeah, the Eagles. But go Birds, go Birds. And,
so let me ask you a question. Why did you join? What drove you to join?
My father was a lifer in the Air Force.
Okay.
Started in the Army, went to the Air Force. So I, kid on Fort Bragg during the height of the Vietnam conflict. My best friend, his father was the Command Sergeant Major, 18th Airborne Corps.
Oh wow!
And actually, his father introduced me to Colin Powell at their home.
Oh.
But we, Bob and I, we would talk all the time, and we would talk about our fathers. How our fathers would talk about butter bar lieutenants, and they disparagingly. And one day, we said, Bob said, my dad said, I'm going in, but I'm going in as an officer. I said, my dad did too. And I asked my father, I said, Dad, why do you want me to go in as an officer the way you you and your friends talk about butter bar lieutenants? And he said, you'll be different. And Bob's father told him the same thing, you'll be different. And we were. Because we had lived the senior enlisted side of the house. And so we knew what it was about.
Yeah, I think on my ship, I was on the Guadalcanal, so we were a gator freighter. I think the most powerful person in the military I ever met was a Master Chief in the Navy. I have never seen an enlisted guy tell officers to shut up or leave me alone, and they would walk away from.
Well, we had when I was at Paris Island, we had Top Duncan, and Top Duncan, he had to have 45 years in the Marine Corps.
Oh wow!
And his awards, medals, and ribbons, they went from his belly button up to his neck. This man was inspiration,
right?
Very inspirational. I learned a lot from senior enlisted.
Oh yeah,
an awfully lot. And they can look at you and see if you're an officer that's worthy.
Oh yeah.
And so they spent a lot of, Lieutenant Walker, Major Walker, Captain Walker, do this and do that, and sir, they gave me a lot of guidance. My father did, Command Sergeant Major Kearns did, Sergeant Major McCormick did. I remember these people because they were extensions of my family.
They're mentors. They mean a lot.
And so our toys, we played with modeled planes, tanks, ships, soldiers. Those were our toys. We didn't care about anything else other than running through the woods catching creatures, and throwing them at girls.
So and I'm sure you've been asked this before, and I always ask, because we're brothers, we serve, there's a connection we'll have for the rest of our lives. Can you explain to the people what being in the military will help you with in politics? What will you carry with you that will make you, hey, look, I can do this?
Well, one thing, the military, you gain self-confidence, self-assuredness. You know that if it can be done, you can do it. All you have to do is put your mind to it. It's the mind over matter thing. And we also have an understanding. We have this appreciation. We know what's at stake. A military person is not going to rush to send our sons and daughters off to war.
Correct.
Because we know what that entails.
Yep.
We don't even have to go to war. We see enough mangled bodies in peacetime.
Yeah.
If you're in the military, and trust me, I've seen more than my share.
I'm sure you have.
And and came within a hair's breadth of being one of them on many occasions. And you get this appreciation because you learn the fragility of the human body. We're fragile. A common earthworm actually has more natural defenses than we do. Our defense is our brain, which most of us don't even employ properly.
That is true. Do you feel that the military, and maybe it's different for officers, I was enlisted, is that I don't know how to put this. I know that politics can be very abrasive and it can be very adversarial. I know sometimes as enlisted, it can get like that when, you got a bunch of the E4 mafia all together. Everybody's getting on each other. Do you think that being in the military prepares you for that abrasiveness with coworkers or other politicians?
Well, I can tell you this. In the military, you learn to be more diplomatic. It doesn't matter what rank you are. You learn that there's a hierarchy,
yes,
and you respect that. And so, some of the things that some of the career politicians do and say their behaviors, we don't do that.
Right.
There's what we do outside of politics, and then there's what we do once you're in politics. When you're in politics and you're a military person, you're like, hey, we work for the people.
Yep.
And it's that simple. Less likely military veterans that are in politics, they're less likely to be caught up in graft or bribes or any of that kind of baloney, because they know that there are a lot of people that are looking at them, relying on them, expecting a certain standard of behavior. And so
that's true.
And so we exhibit that. And a lot of times people don't like it. People misconstrue it. And look, and I'll tell you, the president never served in the military, but he has that strong, powerful demeanor.
Yeah, he does.
He has that leadership. And a lot of people, it's amazing to me that, before he challenged Barack Obama's birthright, before he announced that he was going to run for president, he was the best thing since sliced bread. Everybody was singing his praises.
True.
And it suddenly changed. And then he went from being deified to being vilified.
True.
And it was still the same person. And so people have to look at that. What happened? What changed? He didn't change.
No.
Okay. The media changed the perception of him.
Yeah.
And I as much as I hate to say this, I'm a historian, and there's a guy named Joseph Goebbels. He's deceased, and he's the propaganda minister of the Third Reich. And he said some things like, if you have a quality and it's not a good quality, you cast it off onto your opponent.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the first thing. You tell a lie, okay? You tell it from a position of authority, you repeat it enough, and the people will believe it.
True.
Okay? And, when people say, they accuse, the Republicans and the president of being far right and they're, authoritarian and dictator and all that. If you look at the way the power elite and the Democrat Party behave, you couldn't look for a better model.
True.
Okay. I mean, they seem to follow Joseph Goebbels' dictates to the letter.
Yeah, they do.
And it's a shame. But most people, again, because we indoctrinate and don't educate, most of our people, they don't know anything about Nazi Germany and exactly and what happened and how they're in the power.
That's
very tragic.
A lot of schools don't even teach the Holocaust anymore.
Oh no, they don't. There's a lot of things they don't teach.
And they should.
What they do teach is they teach LGB, WXYZ stuff.
And you can use any bathroom you want to.
Yeah, and gender identity. And this is crazy stuff. And focusing on that as opposed to focusing on educating our young people and making preparing good American citizens. We don't do that anymore.
Somebody's about to jump on them.
You guys get it.
Who do we got coming on? Majors. Pleasure meeting you.
Very much. Thanks for having me.
No, thanks for coming.
Thank
All right,
you.
gentlemen.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah, thank you for being a
Honor and
Marine.
privilege.
I like his hat. That's a nice hat. Oh my gosh, it's him.
Who's this guy?
Oh my gosh.
The guy that you gave the giggles to.
That's my job. That's exactly why I'm here, to make people laugh and then go, my God, that guy's so
man.
obnoxious.
No, I liked
How are
your
you?
guys' Yeah, I'm doing good. I liked your guys' conversation. That was good. I was watching it and everything. And the only thing that I would add to what you guys had to say is that my father was a Kansas City police officer for many years and then a volunteer firefighter as well. And so some of the stuff that you guys were talking about as far as military service also kind of was the same with him. I remember as a kid him going out to fire calls and me being in tears because I wasn't sure if my dad was going to come back.
Oh, yeah. I remember my
And
father was a police officer in D.C. And I remember times there'd be news stories of something going on in D.C. and police were responding. They'd say, a police officer's been shot. I can remember vividly, my mom standing in front of the TV watching the news, weeping, holding the phone in her hand, just crying. Me and my brother go, hey, what's wrong? What's wrong? She goes, oh, nothing. Go to your room. Go to your room. I'm fine. Leave me alone. And she would not leave that TV until my father called and said, it's not me. We're good. We're fine. You're fine.
Yeah.
So I understand exactly what you mean. It's military, police, first responder. It's not an easy job. And like my father said, anybody can apply to be a police officer or firefighter or join the military. But if you're not born to do that, if it's not in you, you're not going to succeed at that job and you're not going to last very long. Either you are a sheepdog or you're not a sheepdog. And that's not a knock on anybody. I'm not insulting it. Either you're born to do it or it's something in you. Either you have it or you don't.
No,
Yeah, well-
it's so true because I actually I started volunteer firefighting myself when I was younger, and I really enjoyed it. And then I decided that I was going to go into EMS, and I went through paramedic training, and I was unleashed on Kansas City. Well, Kansas City's a pretty big city and you see lots of things. And the first time I saw something that was really, really bad, I realized that just wasn't something that I could handle, you know? So people in the military, first responders, EMS, all that type of stuff have my utmost respect because, I'm here to say I couldn't cut it, but they can, and
wouldn't
those are
call it
amazing human beings.
that's I wouldn't call it I can't cut it. That's negative. It's just that wasn't your aptitude.
No, it wasn't.
I'm not good at math. I suck at math. Doesn't mean I can't cut it. I just suck at it.
Well,
I'm actually pretty damn good at math because I went into computer science.
You're better than math than me. I suck at math.
Well, I contributed a lot to the police department in Philadelphia.
Okay. Being arrested does not mean you're contributing to the police.
When I was younger. What? I kept them working. Job security.
No, God. Oh, my God. My dad would love you.
That's why I like him. He is just, brutally honest. He does. It's like, you know what? I did this, so what? Kiss my ass.
I was 17, 18 years old at the time. I'm 44 now, so that's
Hold on, you're 44?
Yes, I am.
So I'm older than you?
I'm 44 inches tall, too.
Where are you squeezing in a couple inches on me? 44? Come on. So I'm older than you.
Man.
Jamie's older than me. So I'm like the middle brother. I can live with that.
Yeah.
I can live with that. I'm one of the two. So I'm awesome.
Right. Oh my God. No, but I just really liked that conversation that you guys had because it did hit home for me. I just wanted to throw in that extra aspect about things, and you're probably right. I shouldn't be so hard on myself,
No,
but
no.
it's kind of one of those father-son things. It's like, man, I couldn't quite do what my dad did, that sort of deal.
Talking about fathers, I was hired by a police department out of the Navy. Like I did the testing, all the stuff. They were going to hire me. My father sat me down and talked me out of becoming a police officer. He said, "You don't want to do it." He said, "He goes, I have kids that are younger than me who carry bigger guns than I do, and I can't do my job because I'm a bad guy and I'm going to get in trouble." He saw what was going on back in like the mid 90s, early 2000s before it started. He goes, "I'm going to get in trouble at one point for doing my job. I'm going to be arrested for doing my job because you don't want to be a part of this. You don't want to be involved. You can't be a police officer anymore." He goes, "I am a social worker with a gun that is just there for looks." And he saw it.
Yeah,
Walked me out of it.
Man, that is so true, and I think that my dad, if he were alive today, would probably say the exact same thing. But I mean, that's why first responders, and especially in my election, are like so important to me because I do come from that background. Not so much the military background, but and of course, as somebody who's just running for a state representative, obviously I'll give whatever support to the military that I can, but most of that comes from the federal government. But definitely our first responders, they are near and dear to my heart.
So I always say people who run for office are gluttons for punishment. I mean,
oh yeah.
Why do you all want to be beat up on? I mean, I understand why. Let me rephrase that. I understand why you want to do it, and it's admirable that you want to do it, and I'm glad that you two want to step up into the fray. But why do you want to deal with the abuse? I mean, because you're going to get it. You're both conservative. You're going to catch a ton of shit.
Well, we
I
learned here in
mean,
New Jersey.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no,
I'm sorry.
we learned here in New
I shut up.
Jersey the glutton for punishment. We just got our butts kicked, for governor's race.
Oh shit!
Mikey Sherrill is our governor.
Shit.
So if you know any deals on U-Haul trucks, let me know. But other than
Come
that,
to Missouri, we are still red.
yeah, look at somewhere else maybe, but I don't know. I'm supposed to be running again for Congress, and not
good.
And I'm just going to keep up the fight. Yeah, but I just look at it because I have young kids and I see the way things are going. It's like, who's not? If you don't step up to fight for this, Oh, we got another song coming on. The band's starting back up, but somebody has to step up. My favorite quote from Edmund Burke is, "The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing." So somebody has to try.
So,
and
when you both run, do you set your families or loved ones down and go, "Hey, look, I'm going to run for office. We're going to catch some shit. I want you all to be aware." And then, I mean, do you prepare your family for that? Do you have to?
Yes, absolutely. Because with my wife, when I ran before, it was a hard thing. I mean, we pulled a lot of shit.
Yeah.
I mean, it was rough, especially running for Congress. And then I didn't plan on running again in 2026 until the county chair came to me and he asked me to run. I didn't have the support from the GOP the first time.
That's right, you told me. Yeah.
So, and then they asked me to run. I came home. I told my wife, I said, "This is what they're asking me to do." And I said, "But don't worry. I'm trying to build the network here, Jersey Shore Podcast, America's Pulse Network." And I said, "I'm not going to run. I won't do it." And she cursed me out. And I'm like, "I said I'm not going to do it." And she said, "No, you've been fighting for the GOP support for so long, and now you're going to get it. You're not going to do it." And I'm like, "Oh, it's completely opposite. I thought you were going to say to me." So that's where I'm at now.
I'll tell you what, man. Really, when it gets down to it, it's like you're right. This is a level of insanity in order to run for office. And I'll put it this way: it's like you were talking about the conversation with family members and stuff like that. Well, so my background is a little interesting because I'm a conservative guy. I really have been for my whole life. For a while, I voted Democrat and that sort of thing, but that was just mostly kind of a family thing. It wasn't really based in, my actual beliefs, and I eventually broke away from that. But the thing is like, you know, I came out against very strongly uh, before I ever decided to run for office against the crazy LGBTQIA stuff. Um, okay, that's already a stretch. The left hates it when you come out against it, but I'm also a gay man. So I immediately got a whole lot of hate over that. And, you know, I think that my husband, I am married, um, realized how real things were getting when I started getting death threats on my front door. Um, that sort of thing. So I got
Like
hit
legit death threat?
on my front door. Yeah, yeah. And anyway, so because I'm seen as a traitor, you know, and which I think is stupid anyway, because the LGBTQIA is an invention of the left. It's not reality anyway. I mean, gay people are really pretty much their own thing, and then the rest is whatever that is. And you know, and so it is an invention of the left, but because there are leftist gays, obviously, just like there's leftist straight people and everybody too, they saw me as someone who was supposed to support that thing. And I'm like, no, guys, I don't. And especially the stuff that was going on with kids and everything, I was like, excuse my language here, guys, but F that, you know, fuck that. Seriously, I'll just go right ahead and say that. You know, I know.
Hi, I'm Seth. Nice to meet you.
And I'm just like, no, that's not okay. That's not okay to do that stuff to kids. I wouldn't have wanted to be treated like that as a kid. And, you know, it's like, just let me be who I am and that sort of thing. And I think that we'll all just be fine. And anyway, I'll tell you what really got me into the idea of running for office. Let me back up a second. So I got a little bit of notoriety. Megan Kelly noticed me, had me on her show a couple times, all that type of stuff, and you know, because everybody's interested in this gay dude who's against the LGBTQIA, and anyway, I was kind of riding high on that, but I didn't necessarily know what to do with it. And I had a whole bunch of people saying to me, it's like, oh, you should run for office, Chris. You should run for office. And I was like, I don't know about that, you know, because there's some crazy crap. And the thing is, I don't come from a background of someone who's been elected to any sort of lower office. I'm like jumping right into the state legislature, you know, and so it's like, holy shit. And anyway, I got into a back in January, after having all these people say this stuff to me. It's like, oh, you should run for office. I got into this big pile-up car wreck on an interstate here in the Kansas City area. About 40 cars were involved. I had multiple semis hit the car that I was in. I was able to walk out of it. Well, I should say crawl out of it because they were icy conditions. And the fact that I was able to live through that just kind of made me think it's like God wants something of me. And I was like, okay, well, I've been hearing this whole thing about I should run for office. So I'm maybe that's God talking to me, and God gave me a huge wake up call by allowing me to walk away from that accident. And so I decided to answer his call. So for me, it's not just a matter of a political thing. It is truly a calling for me.
Well, we got some loud music here. We just turned our mics off. But no, that's awesome, man. It's awesome that you're stepping up. You know, I love the candidates that were here tonight that stepped up. Unfortunately, New Jersey is too blue and too stupid They vote for the wrong people. But they're going to make us all suffer. So,
And I want to translate what Damon's saying. I will say it my own way. If you lived in New Jersey and you voted for Democrats, you are a fucking moron. If you're living in New Jersey and you're a Republican, you didn't go vote today for whatever reason you could come up with that makes you feel good, you are also a fucking moron. You are to blame for this.
I'll double that.
There is no reason that the Republicans lost other than laziness. I guarantee when your numbers come out for Republican voters, it's going to be like 31 or 32% again.
Yeah.
No one showed up. Everybody stayed at home because they thought their neighbor was going to do it. And then now for the next 2 or 3 years, they're all going to complain, oh, the Democrats are screwing us. I wish somebody would do something. Shut up. You had a chance tonight to change things. You had a chance tonight to make your voice heard, and you chose not to. I don't want to hear any complaints from anybody again. You had a chance, and you let it pass you by. Democrats are the party of destruction, death, and mayhem.
Yeah,
guys, I want to say I'm so very sorry to see what has happened in New Jersey and what it looks like is going to also happen in New York City. And also, we saw that Virginia also decided to go Democrat as well. So, I mean, this is a, quote, great night for Democrats, I guess. But some of the problem that I think, if I'm just going to offer some, candid opinions on what's going on here, I think there's a little bit too much division within the Republican Party, and I think that we're, at least in my state, they're doing. There's not a great unified voice, I guess. Like, for instance, we have this thing coming up at Amendment 3, which will limit abortion, because right now Missouri has, I think, the most liberal abortion laws in the country. You can literally have abortion up till the time of birth, that sort of thing. I think that a lot of people misunderstood what the original ballot measure was about, and they voted for it, and that's why it passed. But now we have a chance to maybe go at it again. And what it does, the ballot measure that is going to be coming up next year when I'm actually running, is going to make it so that there are some exceptions as far as like rape, incest, life of the mother, that type of stuff, written into it. But now I'm already seeing people on the Republican side complaining about it because it doesn't live up to certain biblical standards, or it doesn't, it doesn't go far enough, or whatever the case may be. And, I'll agree with that. I'm not disagreeing. It's not perfect, but at the same time, it seems like it's a step in the right direction from where we're at. So if we are already a year ahead of this, already divided as Republicans here in the state of Missouri on this issue, I see, I'm not sure what to see. I'll probably get in trouble if I say what.
I'll tell you one thing about Republicans. Well, Democrats, number one, there's no common sense. They're going to ruin this country. They're going to burn it to the ground because it doesn't make any sense. Nothing they do makes sense. But I will say, Republicans, same thing. Because Republicans, even though we are the party of common sense, I would say, but it's not common sense to run fast forward and face first into a tree, because that's what they'll do. And they're divided, and they won't stand together like Democrats will. Even though they're the wrong party and they're going to ruin this country, they know how to stick together, and they'll go down on that ship together, and they don't care. Republicans could do something better, and they don't. Like I said, they'll run face first right into a tree every single time they have an opportunity to capitalize. That's what it is.
I think that another problem, agreeing with Damon, is we have the black Republicans, the young Republicans, the female Republicans, Republicans with purple hair, the Republicans with nose rings. There are so many factions in the Republican Party, it's ridiculous. We need to get back to just being Republicans. And nothing else should matter. I'm a Republican. And that should be the end. We don't need to have all these different little cliques because they can't agree on anything. They're always right, you're always wrong. Get rid of that and just be Republican. Get back to just the basics. And I think that'll solve a lot of the problems. But as long as we divide ourselves into boxes or races or haircut, whatever, we're never going to be together and we're not going to be able to win anything substantial. And everybody keeps going, well, look at Trump. Trump's the greatest. Trump is one man who's fighting his own party and fighting the Democrats. We can't even agree with the president. Most of the Republicans can. I mean, you got Marjorie Greene Taylor, who all of a sudden, I don't know if she got hit in the head with a brick or if she's taking mushrooms. She's lost her shit. But that just shows that Republicans can't get on board. Like you were saying, the Democrats can. They will all together. And when it comes to mobilization, Democrats can get together in a heartbeat. If they say be here on Tuesday at 1 o'clock, every Democrat in the area will be there. You say that to Republicans, you get 31%. We'll try to be there.
Yeah, I just can't believe it. It blows my mind, man. 31%. I didn't even look at the percentage for tonight, but I guarantee it's somewhere around there. It was like that last time. It happened in the presidential election. It was like 30-some%. And Trump almost won New Jersey. Almost, I'll say, 5 points. He lost by. But if we had 42%, 41% that came out, we would have won.
Guys, we definitely need a more unified front, that's for sure. So there's going to be differences among our party and stuff like that. And obviously that's going to happen because you're dealing with like millions of people. So people aren't going to agree on everything. And that's fine. But, we need to come to some common ground, figure out shit, and get our shit done. And and that's kind of what I'm about. It's like, let's just get some shit done. I mean, chances are, there's going to be a lot of people who hate my guts on both sides, just for the simple fact that, I'm a complete outsider. I'm a gay Jew running in a very Christian state. It's like, no one's going to like me. But if I am elected, I'll just put it this way. I'm just about like, let's get shit done. Let's put together a unified front and not have these battles out in public and all that type of stuff. We can have them, among our local committees and various counties and stuff like that, and then come to some sort of idea or whatever the case may be. But, I think there's here's the thing. I know you guys probably feel a little bit defeated tonight in New Jersey, and I can totally understand that. But I think that there is a path forward for Republicans, because, if you can convince a guy like me to be a Republican, which I absolutely am, then anybody is open to this, for sure. So we just need to do a better job of maybe educating people and that sort of thing. And that's actually kind of what I'm talking about with the Amendment 3 thing here in Missouri. It's like, okay, so the pro-life crowd is like, sure, you're not getting everything that you want. All right, well, maybe educate people as to why your position is right and that sort of thing. And then we can maybe move forward. So yeah, I think there's a lot of education, a lot of information that needs to be going out that's not really going out to people, and hopefully, candidates like us can make a difference and just be like, okay, we're not the typical Republican, we're not the typical politician or whatever. We're just, dudes who want to make a positive change in the world. And I think that, we can advance those messages so that people start seeing things the other way. Because I'll tell you what, and one last thing, and I'll shut the hell up. One last thing. I am good friends with a woman named Jamie Reed out of St. Louis, Missouri. I don't know if you guys know who she is, but she's the big whistleblower who blew the roof off of the gender clinic that was going on in St. Louis, where they were performing medical procedures on children in order to change their sex. And she described herself as to the left of Bernie Sanders. I'll tell you what, Jamie Reed and I get along just fine because she understands exactly where I'm coming from. I know where she's coming from. And I'll tell you what, I think that I may have actually pulled her further right. She might be a Democrat now, not a socialist. But I pulled her further right.
I think another important thing is, and I'll do a shameless plug here, podcasts like Damon's and mine and our network are important because we're not so much worried about making sure our sponsors are happy, making sure that money keeps coming in, making sure the bigwigs are happy. We're more concerned with the truth and more concerned with making sure that we're understood and that the point is made. I don't care who I offend. I don't care who I piss off. I don't care. As long as I'm being honest and I feel like I've done a service to somebody, like, Democrats suck. It's not my opinion. That's a fact. You can look at anywhere they've been. They suck. And if that offends people, you know what? Be offended. I don't care. And people need to support networks like this and support people like you and Damon and everybody because we're what needs to be. You need to get away from Fox News. You need to get away from CNN. You need to get away from MSNBC. They're in it for money. And like the old saying goes, if it bleeds, it leads. They don't give a shit. They're there for sponsorship and for money. We're just there to make sure that our opinion is heard and that the facts that need to be heard are heard. Other than that, we don't care. Like I've always said, we are not here to change your mind. I'm not here to force you to follow my train of thought. I'm here to give you my opinion, share some facts like Damon is, and then make you think. And if after you think I'm an idiot, well, get in line, sweetheart. That's a long line. But at least you've thought.
Right.
And at least you heard me, and now you have a different train of thought that you can fall back on. And I think that's what we need to go through forward as a society, is just because someone has a reporter in front of their name or anchorman or anchorwoman doesn't make them right. Just because they're on TV on MSNBC or NBC doesn't make them right. We need to get away from that and get back to just like I said before, everything starts at grassroots. Everything. Podcasts are grassroots. We're just here. He has a job. I have a job. You have a job. This is not what I do for a living. This is what I do when I have free time. And that's all it is. And so I have nothing to gain. I can't get that big Nike sponsorship if I don't talk about China.
They never called you back, Nike?
They did. They told me to say that. But yeah, we're just here to help people think, not to guide, not to steer, not to indoctrinate, just to go, hey, this is another thought. What have you thought about this? Or have you looked at it this way? And that's all we're trying to do. And that's why we need people to get involved. Like and follow us. Not just me or Damon, any podcast. Well, not any, because there's some fucking nuts out there now. But just follow.
Like Nick Fuentes.
Oh, my God. I want to punch him in the mouth. Yeah. And then while I'm doing that, I want to...
By the way, as far as Nick Fuentes is concerned, can I just say one thing? As a Jew, he thinks that evidently I have all the power in the world.
Yeah,
and I would just like to know where that went, because I evidently missed the train, because I've had to work for everything in my life.
Yeah, I asked my dad. He's a Jew. I said, hey, Dad, we're supposed to control the media and all the money. Where's our money? It's not in my bank account. So where the hell is it? Give me a little bit of it. But yeah,
I know.
If you're watching us now, like us, follow us, and share us. Follow him. Follow Damon. Get involved. And if all you can do to get involved is to follow us and like us, that's a start. Because Damon me, Alexandra, Elena, Tim will fire you up enough to get off your butt and go do something. Even if that something is just a vote. That's something. That's a start. We're not asking you to change the world. We're not asking you to go run for office. We're not asking you to donate billions of dollars to candidates. We're just asking for you to get off the sideline and play one down. Make one play. That's all we're asking. And after you do it once, like you're going to want to do it again. Like, hey, today I went to a Board of Education meeting. It was great. Now I want to run for the Board of Education. I think I could do something. It takes one step, and then before you know it, you're running a marathon. And that's all we want to do is get you to take that one step. Even if it makes you go against us, fine. Get off the goddamn sideline. Don't observe life, participate. That's all we're asking you to do.
Well, I almost feel bad for those kids
Amen.
because they're going to have a rude awakening when you're on the Board of Education. There's going to be some discipline in there. I would say that. But we're coming up at the end.
Oh my God!
We're coming up at the end
I'll
here.
tell you what, guys. I mean, just one last thing. I mean, boards of education are the worst things to ever have to deal with. I've been before many of them, and they just sit there and look at you. And I'll never forget one time. I was actually reading from one of their LGBTQIA books that was talking about like a kid giving a blowjob to another one. And I read it out exactly as it was, and I actually got gavelled. Like, no, you can't say this at a Board of Education meeting. And I was like, that's kind of funny because this is the bullshit that you're pushing on kids.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. But we're wrapping up here. It's the end of the party. They're going to be throwing us out soon. But thank you for coming on. I really appreciate it.
It's not the first time I've been thrown out of a bar.
Thank you, Seth, for driving all the way up here.
My pleasure.
Conservative Corner. Come here to be on the Jersey Shore podcast. Again, this is the Great America's Pulse Network. And I'm going to just leave it with this. This is my last line. And Seth, you can end whatever you want. Anybody in New Jersey that voted Democrat, you're fucking stupid. That's it.
I want to thank Damon for having me up here. I want to thank the old Damon for not falling asleep watching Murder, She Wrote tonight. That's awesome. He stayed up this late. I'm proud of him. Thanks for joining us tonight, man. It was good seeing you again. And you got to come back on the Pulse with us so I can talk some more shit and make you laugh. Thanks for
just guys, it's barrettformo.com. Put the www in front of it. It doesn't work otherwise, but yeah.
Cool.
If you want to learn about me.
Oh, definitely. And I want to thank Elena for coming on for this. I mean, I wasn't here. She got off when I got here, so I'm going to have words with her.
She did it on purpose.
I know. It's because I'm Jewish. I know exactly why she did it. She's a Nazi.
I know. I'm very good friends with Elena too, and she hates me for being.
I know she's a closet Nazi. I know she is. But I want to thank Damon.
She's going to kill you.
She's going to kick my ass. I know. I'm afraid of her. She scares me. But I want to thank Damon for having me. Jersey's an awesome. I mean, I've never been to this part of Jersey. It's awesome. I'm glad I got to come up. I'm sorry Jersey took it in the butt tonight. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it feels like we all did.
But like Damon said, if you voted for Democrat, you cannot bitch at all for until the next election cycle. You have to be quiet. I know you won't because you're a Democrat, you're liberal, and you're fucking mental. So you're going to complain, but you can't. But yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it, man. It was good meeting you in person.
Thank you for coming on the show, buddy.
Not so much him.
I know. Fuck me, right?
No, not you. He was talking about our producer.
I'm talking to the other Damon. He's an old guy, and he probably doesn't know we're talking about him because he's probably worried about jelly donuts. But I had fun being here. It's great. And Damon has this show. Make sure you watch his show. Watch us both on Wednesdays at the Pulse. Watch me on Sunday. Watch me have a heart attack live on TV or on the podcast. It'll be awesome. Watch me vapor lock and do the 9mm mambo on the ground. But really, like and share us because the louder our voice gets, the more they have to pay attention to us. They'll have to stop ignoring us, and that's the only way we're going to win.
So, all right, everybody, this is the America's Pulse Network, Jersey Shore podcast. And one thing we are sure about, that everyone that voted Democrat is a fucking idiot. So, signing off.